Chapter 1704. I challenge Zhu Feiyang. Fang Chen's voice rang out calmly. His voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in everyone's hearts. The entire plaza was in an uproar. All the disciples widened their eyes as they stared at Fang Chen. Heavens, is he crazy? He actually dares to challenge Zhu Feiyang. Zhu Feiyang is ranked first on the ancient list. Even the patriarch praises him. How can he compare to him? I don't believe he can defeat Zhu Feiyang. Voices of doubt rose and fell one after another. However, this was all within the expectations of the clan's upper echelon. Fang Chen's formation was very strong. It was hard to find a match for him in the eternal realm. Even Zhu Chang was no match for him. Only Zhu Feiyang could match him. They were all looking forward to this battle to see if Zhu Feiyang could break Fang Chen's formation. Crash. Zhu Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen indifferently. You want to challenge me? Zhu Feiyang asked. I want to reach the top of the ancient list, so I have to challenge you, Fang Chen said calmly. Zhu Feiyang nodded and walked to the martial stage. It's been a long time since someone challenged me. That's because they weren't confident. What about you? Are you confident? Zhu Feiyang asked. My goal is to be ranked first, Fang Chen said calmly. Your formation is very strange, but I have a trump card. If you want to rely on your formation to defeat me, you'll be disappointed. Zhu Feiyang smiled. His smile made people's hair stand on end. Below, Zhu Chang looked nervously at the martial stage. Zhu Chang, who do you think will win? Zhu Shixuan asked softly. Zhu Chang shook his head. He didn't know either. However, his intuition told him that the winner would most likely be Fang Chen. On the martial stage. With a boom, a terrifying aura surged from Zhu Feiyang's body. Zhu Feiyang was in the 9th level of the eternal realm. However, the aura emitted from his body shocked everyone. You're the strongest low-level eternal realm cultivator I've ever seen. Zhu Feiyang opened his hands and a terrifying aura gathered in his palms. In order to show my respect to you, I will use my strongest attack against you. As soon as Zhu Feiyang said that, a spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The red-tasseled spear was a high-grade divine artifact and Zhu Feiyang's weapon. While the red-tasseled spear suddenly pierced into the void. Immediately, the void distorted and a large number of ripples appeared. A vast power surged out from the red-tasseled spear, causing the sky and earth to change color. Inferno demonic spear technique, spear piercing heaven and earth. Following Zhu Feiyang's roar, a bright red dot appeared on the tip of the red-tasseled spear. The temperature of the red dot shocked many of the disciples below. So strong. Fang Chen also felt Zhu Feiyang's power. With his strength, it was simply impossible for him to fight with Zhu Feiyang. Dream Array Formation. In an instant, Fang Chen set up an illusion array formation. The power of the law of illusion crazily swept through the entire martial arts practice platform and surrounded Zhu Feiyang. Zhu Feiyang gripped the long spear in his hand and fiercely thrust it at the illusory array. You want to trap me with a mere array formation? When he thrust the red-tasseled spear, his eyes turned gray. It was as if he could see through everything. Through the illusion array, he found Fang Chen's traces. Hiss. The red-tasseled spear carried a terrifying power as it pierced the illusion array formation. Immediately, a crack appeared on the illusion array formation. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the red-tasseled spear was surging with divine power. Divine power. Divine power was the exclusive power of deities. Zhu Feiyang had not become a deity, but he could already use a small portion of divine power. From this, one could see how powerful Zhu Feiyang was. Fire Demon Sword Technique. Fang Chen once again used the Fire Demon Sword Technique. A 300-meter tall fire demon appeared and confronted Zhu Feiyang's red-tasseled spear. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen set up a universe array formation. In the Zhu clan city, a deafening sound echoed through the sky. Everyone's gaze was on the martial arts practice platform. However, what they did not know was that an expert had descended from the clouds. The Han Dragon Spirit King looked at the scene below with a gratified smile. My brother's potential is extraordinary. It hasn't been long, but he has already mastered the universe array formation. The Han Dragon Spirit King smiled. Looking at the scene below, the Han Dragon Spirit King was not worried about his brother at all. He believed that the final victor would be Fang Chen. Let's watch for a while. When the battle is over, we'll take him away. Back when the Han Dragon Spirit King was rescued by Fang Chen, he suddenly left in a hurry. Now that the matter was settled, the Han Dragon Spirit King returned to the northern region to take Fang Chen away. He did not expect to see the Zhu clan's grand tournament. He hid in the clouds and secretly watched. With the Han Dragon Spirit King's strength, if he wanted to hide, no one in the northern region could find him. In the entire northern region, the strongest expert was only a divine spirit expert. There was a world of difference between deities and heavenly gods. In the Zhu clan's city, on the stage, after the universe array was set up, Zhu Feiyang's attacks were temporarily stopped. What a profound array! Zhu Feiyang held the red tasseled spear in his hand. If I can break this array, the battle should be over. Although the array was exquisite, Zhu Feiyang guessed that Fang Chen was too weak to maintain it for a long time. He began to attack the array madly. Fang Chen, who was controlling the array, felt helpless when he sensed Zhu Feiyang's attack. Too strong. Fang Chen sighed. Fortunately, he had the universe array formation. Otherwise, he did not know how to block it. Whoosh! Spear images filled the array. Zhu Feiyang's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Divine power is very destructive to the universe array. Fang Chen frowned. But I don't believe that Zhu Feiyang can fully control it. Fang Chen's guess was correct. Zhu Feiyang's divine power was not unlimited. After attacking madly for 15 minutes, Zhu Feiyang's attacks finally slowed down. At this moment, a light flashed in Fang Chen's mind and he entered into a state of enlightenment. On the main stage, everyone looked at each other. At this critical moment, he could still enter into a state of enlightenment. Genius! The Patriarch said. In a wasteland 100 miles away from the Zhu clan's city. Patriarch, I've already asked around. The Zhu clan is holding a disciple competition. An elder hurriedly rushed over. Oh, disciple competition. The Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch asked, is there a dark horse? A guy called Fang Chen suddenly appeared. He defeated the top 10 experts of the ancient ranking and is now challenging Zhu Feiyang. The elder said. He looked at the Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch with a complicated gaze and asked, Patriarch, didn't you say not to touch the Zhu clan for now? Why? I naturally have my own plans. The Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch waved his hand and stopped the elder from asking. He then said, let's go to the Zhu clan to take a look. Under the Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch's lead, many members of the Ghost Dragon sect headed towards the Zhu clan's city. In a short while, they arrived at the Zhu clan's city. What is the Ghost Dragon sect doing here? The Zhu clan's patriarch stood up and looked into the distance. Old monster Zhu, am I not welcome? The Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch's voice sounded. The Ghost Dragon sect's people had already entered the Zhu clan's city. Patriarch, the Ghost Dragon sect has come with ill intentions. The elder reminded. Don't act blindly without thinking. The Zhu clan's disciple competition had yet to end. The Ghost Dragon sect clearly had ill intentions for visiting at this time. The Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch has come to my Zhu clan. The Zhu clan's patriarch laughed. The Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch looked in the direction of the plaza and said, Old monster Zhu, my Ghost Dragon sect's visit this time has no other intentions. We just want to exchange pointers with your Zhu clan's disciples. Unfortunately, my Zhu clan is holding a disciple competition. Everything can wait until after the competition. The Zhu clan's patriarch said. Isn't this perfect? After the competition, my Ghost Dragon sect's disciples can directly challenge your Zhu clan's strongest younger generation. It will save us a lot of trouble. The Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch said. In the clouds. The Ice Dragon Spirit King looked at the Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch. He frowned slightly as if he felt that something was wrong. 88 Oh, what's going on? The Ice Dragon Spirit King locked onto the Ghost Dragon sect's patriarch and carefully examined him. After a long time, the Ice Dragon Spirit King's face became completely gloomy. The Holy Light religion's courage is too big. They actually dare to come to the extreme south to spread their religion. The Ice Dragon Spirit King's body emitted a biting cold killing intent. However, he did not act blindly without thinking. Chapter 1705. The battle between Fang Chen and Zhu Feiyang was still intense. Zhu Feiyang's attack power was very strong, and his realm was close to the divine transformation realm. He could also use his divine power roughly. Fang Chen did not have a better chance of defeating Zhu Feiyang in a short period of time. However, while trapping Zhu Feiyang, Fang Chen was also comprehending the changes brought about by the cosmos formation. The fire demon sword technique was displayed to the extreme. 100-foot-tall fire demon entered the formation and fought fiercely with Zhu Feiyang. However, the fire demon sword technique was so weak in Zhu Feiyang's eyes. The battle on the martial arts stage had not yet ended, but the Ghost Dragon sect's people had come with ill intentions. This caused the entire Zhu clan's city to become oppressive. All the martial artists looked at the Ghost Dragon sect's disciples with some fear. The Ghost Dragon sect's sect master laughed loudly and walked to the main stage. The other Ghost Dragon sect's disciples stood in the plaza, admiring the battle. Old Monster Zhu, your Zhu clan's younger generation is only SOSO. The Ghost Dragon sect's sect master mocked. Is that so? Do you think that the Ghost Dragon sect's disciples can break this formation? The Zhu clan's sect master said indifferently. The Ghost Dragon sect's sect master did not speak anymore. His gaze fell on Fang Chen. In fact, the formation that Fang Chen had set up shocked even the Ghost Dragon sect's sect master. His heart was very shaken. In the past, the Ghost Dragon sect's sect master had come in contact with formations, so he had some unique understanding of formations. He had just arrived and noticed the battle on the martial arts stage. Where did this kid come from? He can actually set up such a profound formation. The Ghost Dragon sect's sect master said in a deep voice. According to the Ghost Dragon sect's sect master's understanding, this formation was too profound. Once it was set up, there would be almost no opponent in the Eternal Realm. Find an opportunity to kill this kid. The Ghost Dragon sect's sect master had already made his decision. Fang Chen's threat was too great. If he killed him, the Zhu clan's losses would be great. In the plaza, the Ghost Dragon sect's disciples stared at the formation on the martial arts stage. Senior Sister Ghost Concubine, where did this kid come from? Do you know? A disciple asked in a low voice. At the front of the Ghost Dragon sect's area. This woman's body was emitting an ice-cold aura, as if she was unapproachable. She was the most outstanding disciple of the Ghost Dragon sect, as well as the daughter of the Ghost Dragon sect master. Her name was Ghost Concubine. Among the younger generation of the northern region, Lady Ghost's strength was considered top-notch. Recently, Lady Ghost had even begun to break through to the divine transformation realm. Once he made a breakthrough into the divine transformation realm, he would truly be a god. At that time, the younger generation of Luhe City and Black Dragon sect would be left far behind by her. Although the formation is profound, the person who set it up is too weak. Lady Ghost sneered, her words filled with strong confidence. She believed that if she made a move, it wouldn't take long for her to completely destroy the formation. Lady Ghost looked at Zhu Feiyang with disdain. He had fought with Zhu Feiyang once before. That time, the two of them fought to a draw. Zhu Feiyang, I've said it before. It won't be long before I become the person you look up to, Lady Ghost said sinisterly. In her view, Zhu Feiyang could not even crack this array formation. His strength could not be that strong either. Everyone's attention was on the martial arts stage. Buzz. Fang Chen's mind was filled with the vast aura of the formation. He was carefully comprehending the mysteries of the formation. At the same time, Zhu Feiyang launched a frenzied counterattack. Fang Chen, I'm first on the ancient list. You want to replace me? Dream on. Zhu Feiyang shouted in a low voice. Immediately, a red luster appeared on the red tasseled spear in his hand. The red luster instantly attached itself to the red tasseled spear like fresh blood. Suddenly, the power of the red tasseled spear increased tenfold. Boom! The red tasseled spear stabbed lightly, and it caused some chaos inside the cosmos formation. The cosmos formation that formed its own space began to shake. Ha ha ha, when I break the formation, you'll definitely die. Zhu Feiyang shouted crazily. The red-tasseled spear in his hand left behind a series of afterimages. A vast attack landed on the cosmos formation. There was a hint of anxiety on Fang Chen's face. He did not expect Zhu Feiyang to be hiding a trump card. Red-tasseled spear. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the red-tasseled spear. The source of everything was the red luster on the red-tasseled spear. The appearance of the red luster greatly increased the power of the red-tasseled spear. Zhu Feiyang's current attack power was comparable to that of a deity in the divine transformation realm. No, if this goes on, the cosmos formation will not be able to withstand it. Fang Chen said anxiously. The combination of divine power and the red-tasseled spear made the attack even more terrifying. A large number of mysteries about the cosmos formation appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He was anxiously thinking. Hula. Suddenly, he had a hint of understanding. Using the body as the center. The golden heart beat rapidly, as if it was showing Fang Chen a path. Is this really okay? The golden heart beat in response to Fang Chen's question. At this moment, the red-tasseled spear merged with divine power and stabbed the cosmos formation. The formation shook and was on the verge of shattering. Fang Chen could not care less. He gritted his teeth and entered the formation. Finally can't take it anymore? Seeing Fang Chen enter, Zhu Feiyang sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Book of Time and Space activated. Fang Chen's figure kept flashing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the formation's center. Using the body as the center, he stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the original center of the formation. Rumble. Without the center of the formation, the cosmos formation rumbled as if it was dissolving on its own. With lightning speed, Fang Chen drilled into the original core of the formation. Then, he forcefully activated the golden heart. Buzz. Droplets of golden liquid flowed out from the golden heart and entered the array formation through the body. Whoosh. The formation, which was originally on the verge of collapse, suddenly burst out with a bright sword light. The sword light shone on 19 continents, and the sword chi spread for 30,000 miles. The golden heart turned into a small golden sword and floated in Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's eyes widened. He was very shocked. This small golden sword was exactly the same as the giant golden sword that allowed him to transmigrate. The shock in Fang Chen's heart could no longer be described with words. He was shocked to find that under the effect of the small golden sword, his body had turned into a sharp sword and stood in the center of the formation, providing endless power. Rumble. Using the body as the center. The cosmos formation combined with the golden heart and burst out with a dazzling sword light that constantly reflected each other. No. The smile on Zhu Feiyang's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. He roared crazily as if he had felt a trace of fear. On the rostrum, the Zhu family patriarch and the others stood up. The reason for that was because the might of the formation had already surpassed their imaginations. What formation is this? The Zhu family patriarch's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice. If there was a slight carelessness, he would be ready to attack at any time. Patriarch. The elders were somewhat anxious. They were afraid that something would happen to Zhu Feiyang. Fang Chen is under a lot of pressure to maintain this formation. If I act rashly, he will definitely suffer a backlash. The patriarch also had his own worries. The Ghost Dragon sect leader's eyes were filled with shock. This brat must be eliminated. This brat was too shocking. If he was left alive, there would be endless trouble. No. On the stage, Zhu Feiyang finally felt fear. He had never seen such a terrifying sword chi before. He frantically struggled. I admit defeat. Zhu Feiyang's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Whoosh. The latter heaved a sigh of relief. His face was filled with fatigue. Crash. He came out from the center of the formation. The golden heart no longer poured out the golden liquid. Without the center of the formation, the cosmos formation gradually dissipated. Zhu Feiyang's hair was disheveled. He held the red-tasseled spear in his hand and staggered on the stage. He was unwilling to accept this, but when he saw the monster Fang Chen, he shook his head in the end. Huff! Huff! Fang Chen was gasping for breath. His body was shaking. Fortunately, he was not injured. He won. Someone shouted from below. Immediately, there was a burst of cheers. Everyone was crazily shouting Fang Chen's name. Fang Chen really did it. He defeated Zhu Feiyang and became the new number 1 on the ancient list. Today, a new name became a legend. Chapter 1706. This battle was the most exciting and shocking battle so far. Fang Chen's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. No one would have thought that this would be the end result. Zhu Feiyang firmly held the first place on the ancient list and no one could shake his position for a long time. But now, he was defeated by a low-level Eternal Realm martial artist. This world was too crazy. Can we announce the result? Fang Chen asked while panting. The judge woke up from his shock and hurriedly announced the result. Fang Chen won the large competition and the first place on the ancient list. No one objected to the result. What a joke, even Zhu Feiyang was not his match, let alone the others. Zhu Feiyang put away his red tasseled spear and staggered down the martial arts stage. He was seriously injured in this battle and needed treatment. At this moment, the Ghost Dragon sect leader suddenly spoke. Old Monster Zhu, your Zhu clan actually hid such a powerful younger generation. The Ghost Dragon sect leader said, my Ghost Dragon sect's Gui Ji is itching to challenge him. As soon as the Ghost Dragon sect leader finished speaking, Gui Ji's figure flashed and appeared on the martial arts stage. The Zhu clan leader was unhappy. The Ghost Dragon sect was taking advantage of the situation. Fang Chen just fought with Zhu Feiyang. It was not suitable for him to fight again. Ghost Dragon sect leader, you saw that Fang Chen just fought with Zhu Feiyang. He needs to rest. The Zhu clan leader laughed. The Ghost Dragon sect leader said in a strange tone, Old Monster Zhu, my Ghost Dragon sect came here to exchange pointers with your clan. You're not giving my Ghost Dragon sect any face. Everyone in the Zhu clan knew the Ghost Dragon sect's intention. Zhu Feiyang and Fang Chen just went through a big battle. Both of them were injured to different degrees. The Ghost Dragon sect leader proposed to exchange pointers with the younger generation at this time. His sinister intentions were obvious. Ghost Dragon sect leader, I think there's no need to exchange pointers. The Zhu clan leader said with a smile. Hearing this, the Ghost Dragon sect leader's face turned gloomy. Oh, so the Zhu clan is not giving my Ghost Dragon sect any face and is ready to break off relations with us? Ghost Dragon sect leader's words are too serious. Our Zhu clan's younger generation has just gone through the large competition and has consumed a lot of energy. We are unable to spar with your Ghost Dragon sect. Zhu clan leader said in a deep voice. Before the Ghost Dragon sect leader could say anything, Lady Ghost on the martial arts stage attacked Fang Chen. Rumble purple light emerged from Lady Ghost's body. When he waved his hands, it gave people a feeling of confusion. Cosmos formation. Fang Chen set up a Qianquan array and trapped Gui Ji inside. My battle with Zhu Feiyang earlier consumed too much of my energy. However, maintaining the Qianquan formation shouldn't be a problem. A fierce look flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. The Ghost Dragon Gate wanted to eliminate him while he was injured. Then there was no need for him to hold back. Thinking of this, Fang Chen took a deep breath, his golden heart beating rapidly. The golden liquid emerged and was instantly absorbed by Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen grasped the hidden star sword and strode into the Qianquan array formation. Spacetime book. Fang Chen's figure flickered as he displayed the spacetime book. Whoosh. His body was like an illusion as he constantly shuttled through the array formation. You're courting death. Lady Ghost sneered and launched a crazy counterattack. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, tried to activate the law wrinkles. Buzz. The law wrinkles attached to the spacetime true meaning were gradually guided into the hidden star sword by Fang Chen. Suddenly, the power of the hidden star sword became incomparably powerful. It was also at this time that Fang Chen seized on Lady Ghost's mistake and displayed the fire demon sword technique. Whoosh. The 100 feet tall fire demon carried an explosive power as it stepped towards Lady Ghost. Lady Ghost did not think much of it. Her hands formed different seals as purple light surged. Go to hell. Lady Ghost displayed her trump card. In front of her, purple light condensed into a purple ball. Just as the fire demon was about to arrive, the purple ball suddenly hit the fire demon's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The purple ball contained a powerful corrosive power that invaded the fire demon's body and disintegrated its body. Kill. Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet as he controlled the 100-feet-tall fire demon. Suddenly, he slashed out with his sword. The law wrinkles emerged on the hidden star sword as a vast power swept over. Lady Ghost sneered as her eyes were filled with killing intent. She held the hidden star sword with both hands. Do you think you are invincible in the eternal realm with this kind of array formation? What a joke. As soon as Lady Ghost's mocking voice fell, her face suddenly changed. Then, she cried out involuntarily. No. Lady Ghost was shocked to find that her hands were cut off by the hidden star sword in an instant. And she did not have any power to resist. What is that? Lady Ghost's hands were cut off, and a grey aura attached to the wounds instantly invaded her body. No. Lady Ghost roared crazily and struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. The law wrinkles were too powerful, and Lady Ghost could not resist at all. Rumble. The universe array showed its power and constantly attacked Lady Ghost. Outside, on the rostrum. Hearing Lady Ghost's screams, the Ghost Dragon Sect leader's face was gloomy and wanted to intervene. But he was stopped by the Jew clan leader. Ghost Dragon Sect leader, you are a divine realm expert. Do you want to lower your status and intervene in the battle of eternal realm experts? The Jew clan leader sneered. Ch, I don't believe that Lady Ghost will be defeated by this kid. The Ghost Dragon Sect leader saw this and his face changed. Finally, he snorted and did not intervene. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the universe array. As time passed, the voice within the cosmos formation gradually disappeared. As for the cosmos formation, it was also gradually collapsing. When everyone saw the situation on the martial arts practice stage, their hearts were set off a storm. That's Lady Ghost's corpse. The Jew clan disciples were stunned. The most outstanding disciple of the Ghost Dragon Sect, Lady Ghost, was killed by Fang Chen. He was too fierce. He had just defeated Zhu Feiyang, and now he killed Lady Ghost with injuries. Boom. On the rostrum, the Ghost Dragon Sect leader was furious. A terrifying divine power emerged from his body. His figure flashed and arrived on the rostrum. At the same time, the Jew clan leader also arrived and stopped the Ghost Dragon Sect leader. Old monster Jew, this kid killed my Ghost Dragon Sect disciple. If I don't kill him, how can I explain to the Ghost Dragon Sect? The Ghost Dragon Sect leader said angrily. The Jew clan leader did not back down. What a joke. When martial artists exchange pointers, blades, and swords have no eyes. If the one who died was Fang Chen, would your Ghost Dragon Sect call Lady Ghost out? Facing the Jew clan leader's question, the Ghost Dragon Sect leader was speechless. Old monster Jew, are you really going to protect this kid? The Ghost Dragon Sect leader did not want to be entangled with the Jew clan leader and threatened. The Jew clan leader nodded. You will regret it. The Ghost Dragon Sect leader sneered and said, your ignorance will cause your Jew clan to be completely destroyed in your hands. The Ghost Dragon Sect leader was declaring war with the Jew clan. Do you really think my Jew clan is afraid of you? The Jew clan leader was furious. His Jew clan was a force. The Ghost Dragon Sect leader was openly provoking them. If your Ghost Dragon Sect declares war, my Jew clan will accept it. But if you want us to hand over Fang Chen, that's impossible. The Jew clan leader said. Within the Jew clan city, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. And in the clouds of the void, the Ice Dragon Spirit King narrowed his eyes and looked down. With me here, you want to touch my brother? The Ice Dragon Spirit King sneered. Although the Ghost Dragon Sect leader was from the Holy Light Sect, he was a heavenly god. He was not afraid. In the blink of an eye, swords were drawn. Both sides were preparing to attack. However, at this time, a voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Brother Fang, with me here, you don't need to worry. Hearing the voice, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. The Ghost Dragon Sect is going to suffer. He had personally witnessed the Ice Dragon Spirit King's strength. There was an insurmountable gap between heavenly gods and true gods. Seeing the overbearing Ghost Dragon sect leader, Fang Chen felt it was laughable. Be arrogant. You only have this little time to be arrogant. Although Fang Chen's voice was not loud, it still entered everyone's ears. The Ghost Dragon sect leader suddenly turned to look at Fang Chen. Brat, do you think you can escape? Destroy the Zhu clan. I will make you wish you were dead. Fang Chen chuckled, looking at the Ghost Dragon sect leader like he was looking at an idiot. Chapter 1707. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be stubborn. In truth, the Ghost Dragon sect leader had already considered Fang Chen a dead man. For this day, he had made ample preparations. The Holy Light Temple had successfully infiltrated the northern region. This time, he would annihilate the Zhu family in one fell swoop. Of course, this was just the beginning. An Eternal Realm martial artist would not be able to stir up any waves. The Ghost Dragon sect leader's gaze shifted to the Zhu family's patriarch. Old Monster Zhu, if you have any last words, quickly say them. You won't have the chance in a while. The Ghost Dragon sect leader sneered. My Zhu family's disciples pledge our lives to resist. The Zhu family's patriarch shouted. Pledge our lives to resist. A deafening voice resounded through the sky. Attack. Following the Ghost Dragon sect leader's order, everyone from the Ghost Dragon sect began to attack. The Zhu family's disciples were also unafraid of death. The scene was extremely chaotic. Crash. Just as the battle was about to begin, space suddenly stopped. What's going on? The Ghost Dragon sect leader was shocked. His body was unable to move. Big Brother Han Long, only Fang Chen was able to move freely. He looked at the sky and laughed. The Ice Dragon Spirit King slowly walked out of the void and landed on the stage. Big Brother Han Long, are you done with your business? Asked Fang Chen. Yes, I just finished my business and came over. I just happened to see you fighting, so I didn't disturb you. Han Long smiled. Seeing Han Long, the Ghost Dragon sect leader was even more shocked. This person's body was actually circulating heavenly god energy. Heavenly god, he's a heavenly god. The Ghost Dragon sect leader was shocked. Crash. Han Long waved his hand and the frozen space was lifted. In an instant, everyone regained their ability to move. Senior, Junior did not know you were friends with him. Junior knows his mistake. The Ghost Dragon sect leader hastily begged for forgiveness. What kind of joke was this? Even if he was very strong, in front of a heavenly god, he had no power to resist. He could not understand how a heavenly god could appear in the northern region. Moreover, this heavenly god seemed to be friends with Fang Chen. Damn it. The Ghost Dragon sect leader cursed inwardly. But he still lowered his head and waited for Han Long to speak. Compared to the Ghost Dragon sect leader's sorrow, the Zhu family's people. The God of Heaven, the high and mighty God of Heaven, actually knew Fang Chen, and their relationship was quite good. Brother Fang, wait a moment, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. The Frost Dragon Spirit King exuded a suffocating aura with every movement he made. Being stared at by the Frost Dragon Spirit King, the Ghost Dragon sect leader lowered his head, his heart trembling. You've hidden it well. The Ice Dragon Spirit King said something that confused everyone. The Ghost Dragon sect leader's heart skipped a beat. We were discovered. The Ghost Dragon sect master clenches his teeth and suddenly punches his own head. Crack, his head exploded, and the Ghost Dragon sect leader died instantly. No one had expected such a sudden turn of events. What's going on? Fang Chen asked in confusion. Mph, you died so easily. The Frost Dragon Spirit King coldly glanced at the Ghost Dragon sect disciples. Hualahe reached out with his hand, and countless disciples were instantly killed. After a round of attacks, only a small number of disciples remained. Their bodies trembled as they waited for their judgment. Let's go, said Frost Dragon. The disciples quickly left as if relieved of a heavy burden. Senior, thank you for your help. The Zhu family leader cupped his fists in thanks. The Ice Dragon Spirit King shook his head. They deserved to die. Ignoring the Zhu family's confusion, he turned and said, let's go. Fang Chen was startled, and then he looked at the Zhu family leader. Family leader Zhu, I've disturbed the Zhu family during this time. I'll be leaving first. If I have time in the future, I'll come back. The Ice Dragon Spirit King brought Fang Chen away from the Zhu family. As for the Zhu family, they were in an uproar. They had thought it would be a bloody battle, but who would have thought that a god would appear in the end? Family leader, the Ghost Dragon sect has been destroyed. This is a huge opportunity. Yeah, now that the Ghost Dragon sect leader is dead, we should immediately take over their territory. But the Zhu family leader was a bit worried. Family leader, we can release the news that a god has appeared and killed the Ghost Dragon sect leader. The first elder said, if we do that, they'll definitely think that we have a god behind us. They won't dare attack us. After weighing the pros and cons, the Zhu family leader issued an order. Then the Zhu family's people majestically headed toward the Ghost Dragon sect's territory. The Ice Dragon Spirit King led Fang Chen through the void at high speed. Big Brother Ice Dragon, why did the Ghost Dragon sect leader commit suicide? Fang Chen asked. Even if he was afraid of a god, he shouldn't have done that. He's a remnant of the Holy Light Temple. What is the Holy Light Temple? The Holy Light Temple is the most evil power hidden in the divine realm. Their cultivation is based on slaughtering human martial artists. The 7 peak powers of the divine realm have jointly issued an order to eradicate the Holy Light Temple. Unfortunately, the Holy Light Temple is too deeply hidden, and we can't find any traces of them. The Ice Dragon Spirit King explained. Fang Chen's heart trembled. The 7 peak powers of the divine realm were the powers that controlled the entire divine realm. He didn't expect the Holy Light Temple to be able to contend against the 7 peak powers for so long. Normally, they can only kill some small fries of the Holy Light Temple. The Ice Dragon Spirit King said, for example, the Ghost Dragon sect leader is the lowest level disciple in the Holy Light Temple. If the peak powers of the divine realm join forces, they should be able to destroy the Holy Light Temple, right? Fang Chen asked. The Ice Dragon Spirit King shook his head. If they could do it, they would have done it long ago. The Ice Dragon Spirit King said, in fact, 300 million years ago, the 7 peak powers joined forces to encircle and annihilate the Holy Light Temple. Although the Holy Light Temple suffered heavy losses, they weren't completely destroyed. After that encirclement, the Holy Light Temple seemed to have disappeared from the divine realm. The Ice Dragon Spirit King said, moreover, the Holy Light Temple is involved in some of the secrets of the universe. When dealing with the Holy Light Temple, the slightest carelessness could lead to the collapse of the universe, and the great destruction would come early. This was clearly not what the experts of the divine realm wanted to see. So that's how it is. For Fang Chen, the Holy Light Temple was still too far away. If the Holy Light Temple is hiding in the divine realm, how can we find them? Fang Chen asked. The disciples of the Holy Light Temple have something called the spiritual altar Holy Light. The source of their power is the spiritual altar Holy Light. Although they disguise their power and turn it into divine power or heavenly divine power, we can still find them. The Ice Dragon Spirit King gave a simple explanation. That's right. Big Brother Han Long, where are you taking me? Fang Chen asked. To my sect. The Ice Dragon Spirit King's sect was called the Divine Sun Sect. The Divine Sun Sect was located at the edge of the easternmost region. It could be considered a mid-sized power in the divine realm. It was much stronger than the Ghost Dragon Sect, Zhu Family, Green He City, and Black Dragon Sect. The return of the Ice Dragon Spirit King caused a stir in the Divine Sun Sect. Originally, everyone thought that the Ice Dragon Spirit King had died. Who would have thought that not only was he not dead, but he had also become a heavenly divine? A few months later, the Ice Dragon Spirit King brought Fang Chen to the Divine Sun Sect. This is the Divine Sun Sect. The Ice Dragon Spirit King introduced. The Divine Sun Sect was located on a mountain peak that pierced the clouds. You can stay in the Divine Sun Sect for a while. I'll ask the sect master if there's a chance to send you to the Skybone Palace. The Ice Dragon Spirit King settled Fang Chen in the Divine Sun Sect and prepared to leave. By the way, my junior brother is also an ascender. I'll bring him to see you later. Maybe he'll be interested in you. With that, the Ice Dragon Spirit King turned and left. Who is an ascender? There were countless experts who had ascended from the lower worlds. Who was this person from the Divine Sun sect? Fang Chen was lost in thought. Suddenly, he felt a movement in his Sumeru ring. What's going on? Fang Chen hurriedly opened the Sumeru ring and saw a token flickering with a faint light. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he saw the token glowing. This token was given to him by the star and moon. Within a certain distance, the token would sense something. Now, the token was moving, which meant that the star and moon must be in the easternmost land. Star and moon, is that you? Fang Chen held the token, his heart beating faster. At this moment, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Junior brother, my brother is the same as you. He also ascended from the lower worlds. I'll take you to meet him. Maybe you have a connection. The Ice Dragon Spirit King's voice interrupted Fang Chen's thoughts. Chapter 1708. Behind the Frost Dragon Spirit King was a human in white robes. 8-8 reading. 23 He radiated heavenly god power. He was also a heavenly god. After seeing this person, Fang Chen felt a bit confused. A familiar aura. Han Long was about to introduce him to his junior brother. Suddenly, his junior brother walked towards Fang Chen with a joyful expression. The new saint of the Saint Village? The white-clothed junior brother asked softly. At that instant, Fang Chen's heart was enlightened. No wonder this person's aura was familiar. It turned out that he was the heavenly prison saint who had left the Saint Village in the lower world. Senior heavenly prison saint? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. That's right. I'm the heavenly prison saint. It really is you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Fang Chen was also very happy. The heavenly prison saint's inheritance was indispensable to his growth. He was very grateful to the heavenly prison saint. He didn't expect the latter to be Han Long's junior brother. You know each other? Ice Dragon Spirit King asked in astonishment. The heavenly prison saint smiled and explained, I founded the Saint Village in the lower world and left behind a descendant. He's the new saint. I see. Han Long laughed, it seems that we're quite fated. Senior, why are you in the Shengsun sect? Asked Fang Chen. It's a long story. The heavenly prison saint said, but you, why are you brothers with my senior brother? Let me do the talking. Han Long told the heavenly prison saint about how Fang Chen had saved him. The latter kept exclaiming that karma really existed in this world. He had left the Saint Village and his inheritance. Fang Chen had received the inheritance and became the new saint. This was a favor from him. And in the divine world, Fang Chen had saved his senior brother. How wonderful. The heavenly prison saint smiled after hearing Han Long's story. Senior. Fang Chen was about to speak when he was interrupted by the heavenly prison saint. You call my senior brother. It's not appropriate for you to call me senior, said the heavenly prison saint. How about this, you can also call me big brother heavenly prison saint. Fang Chen hesitated. After all, the heavenly prison saint was his senior in the lower world. Brother Fang, there's no need to be restrained. That's how it is in the God world. You can do as you please. There was no need to put too much emphasis on seniority. Everyone in the divine world had a long time. Over time, generation after generation, if it was based on seniority, it would have long been a mess. Big Brother Sky Prison. The heavenly prison saint laughed happily. Knowing that his descendants were living on Green Bamboo Island, he was relieved. At the very least, they were still alive and had no worries about survival. Brothers, I would like to ask you about something, Fang Chen asked. What is it? The Ice Dragon Spirit King asked. Is there an expert called Empyrean God Lienyi in the southernmost land? The Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint's expressions changed when they heard Heavenly God Lienyi's name. Why are you asking about her? Empyrean God Lienyi is famous in the southernmost land. She's a typical crazy woman. No one dares to provoke her, said the heavenly prison saint. Hearing this, Fang Chen was excited. He told the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Empyrean Purgatory Saint about his wife. According to what you said, your wife, Star and Moon, was taken in as a disciple by Empyrean god Lieni, said Han Long. Empyrean god Lieni has many disciples, but we've never heard of Star and Moon, said the heavenly prison saint. Of course, it could also be because I don't leave the Divine Sun sect often. Brothers, I want to go find my wife. Is there any way? Asked Fang Chen anxiously. The Ice Dragon Spirit King fell into deep thought. If it was someone else, he might be able to help. But Empyrean god Lieni was a crazy woman. She was very strong even among Empyrean gods. He had just become an Empyrean god, so he didn't dare provoke her. If you want to see your wife, I might have a way, said the heavenly prison saint suddenly. What way? Asked Fang Chen anxiously. Empyrean god Lieni is a wandering cultivator who lives on Lotus Mountain. Normally, even ordinary Empyrean gods don't dare set foot on Lotus Mountain. The heavenly prison saint said. However, not long ago, Empyrean god Lieni suddenly sent out a message. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now that I think about it, she must have sent out a message to choose a husband for her disciple, continued the heavenly prison saint. A Empyrean god's ruin has been discovered in the southernmost land. If someone can walk out of the ruin alive, they'll be qualified to set foot on Lotus Mountain. However, her requirement is that the person must be below the Empyrean god realm. Oh, a Empyrean god's ruin? Asked Fang Chen. We've heard of the Empyrean god's ruin as well. It's said to be at the foot of Lotus Mountain. For gods, the Empyrean god's ruin is very attractive, but for Empyrean gods, it's not that attractive. According to our intelligence, the owner of the ruin should be at the divinity ancestor realm. There are 3 realms for Empyrean gods: the divinity ancestor realm, the divine lord realm, and the Empyrean god realm. The Ice Dragon Spirit King explained to Fang Chen, my junior brother and I are both at the divinity ancestor realm. As for that crazy woman, Empyrean god Lieni, she's a true Empyrean god. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. No wonder even the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the heavenly prison saint didn't dare provoke Empyrean god Lieni. It turned out that she was a Empyrean god. When will the ruin open? Asked Fang Chen. What he cared about the most now was finding the Star and Moon. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, he would do his best. Brother Fang, I'm afraid it'll be some time before the ruin opens. But are you sure you want to enter the ruin? Asked the Ice Dragon Spirit King. In the easternmost land, there were many young martial artists who had entered the Empyrean god's ruin. Most of them were gods. Fang Chen was only an eternal realm martial artist. If he entered, he would be in great danger. For my wife, I have no other choice, said Fang Chen, clenching his fists. The Ice Dragon Spirit King clapped his hands and shouted, Good. I like your straightforward personality, Brother Fang. Leave it to me. I'll definitely help you enter the Empyrean god's ruin. Let's go find out some information first. You just wait here, said the heavenly prison saint. The easternmost land, Lotus Mountain. This was Empyrean god Lieni's territory. No one in the easternmost land dared to act rashly. It was snowing all year round, and the temperature was extremely low. On a blue stone at the top of the mountain, a beautiful figure in blue sat quietly. She looked down at the dense crowd at the foot of Lotus Mountain with an expressionless face. These people were all here to visit Empyrean god Lieni and pursue her. Ever since she became Empyrean god Lieni's disciple, she had been the center of attention. Because of her beauty, she was devastatingly beautiful. Therefore, many young talents in the easternmost land wanted to become her Dao companion. For example, Zhu Lei from the Zhu family visited her every once in a while. However, Empyrean god Lieni was too powerful, and the Zhu family didn't want to become enemies with her. Therefore, although many disciples wanted to see Star and Moon, they were all rejected by Empyrean god Lieni. Brother Chen. Star and Moon took out a medallion and looked at it longingly. Star and Moon had already lost count of how many times she had taken out the medallion. She was already numb. However, this time, the medallion moved. Whoosh! The medallion emitted a dazzling light and began to tremble. Seeing this, Xing Yu's body trembled. Brother Chen, you came to the god world? Tears flowed from Star and Moon's eyes. She was so happy that she cried. I'm not dreaming, am I? Star and Moon gripped the medallion tightly, afraid that she was hallucinating. However, reality proved that this wasn't a hallucination. Fang Chen really had come to the God world. Brother Chen, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time, Star and Moon said. Star and Moon suppressed the excitement in her heart and stood up. Then, she left the Bluestone. Soon, Star and Moon found her master, Empyrean God Lianyi. Master, I want to leave Lotus Mountain for a while, Star and Moon said. Why is that? Empyrean God Lianyi asked. Although she was quite old, Empyrean God Lianyi had a unique temperament, as if she were a noble lady. Chapter 1709. Empyrean goddess Lianyi had taken Star and Moon as her disciple in her later years. She loved Star and Moon very much, even more than all the other disciples of Lotus Flower Mountain. Empyrean goddess Lianyi was a true Empyrean god. In the entire god realm, only the high and mighty true gods could make her bow her head. The Zhu family was extremely powerful in the Far East. Even so, they didn't dare to offend Lotus Flower Mountain. This was because Lotus Flower Mountain had Empyrean goddess Lianyi. In fact, Empyrean goddess Lianyi's eyes were extremely sharp. When she had taken Star and Moon as her disciple, everyone on Lotus Flower Mountain had been very confused. At that time, Star and Moon had been too weak and couldn't even withstand the pressure of the god realm. However, she just so happened to meet Empyrean goddess Lianyi, who brought her back to Lotus Flower Mountain. Star and Moon had also used her actions to prove her potential. In the vast environment of the god realm, she had countless cultivation resources and had now become a true god. Although she was only at the soul formation stage, she was still quite extraordinary. As her cultivation increased, Star and Moon became more and more beautiful. Many of the younger generation in the Far East wanted to see Star and Moon in person. Empyrean goddess Lianyi also wanted to find a reliable man for her disciple. However, Star and Moon had never agreed. You usually don't leave Lotus Flower Mountain. Why are you leaving now? Empyrean goddess Lianyi asked dotingly. Master, I have some things to take care of, Star and Moon gave a simple explanation. Empyrean goddess Lianyi didn't stop her. Be careful when you go out. If you encounter someone you can't defeat, just say my name. My name should be able to protect your life in the Far East, Empyrean goddess Lianyi said softly. After bidding farewell to Empyrean goddess Lianyi, Star and Moon headed west. She was Empyrean goddess Lianyi's favorite disciple, so flying divine artifacts were naturally easy for her. Riding the flying divine artifact and following the guidance of the medallion, they arrived at the territory of the Divine Sun sect a few days later. This is the territory of the Divine Sun sect. Brother Chen is here. Xing Yu's figure floated in the sky. She took out the token and studied it carefully. The medallion's guidance couldn't be wrong. He must be here. Brother Chen, wait for me. Star and Moon said in a low voice, then continued forward. When the Star and Moon arrived at the foot of the mountain of the Shengsun clan, they were somewhat surprised. According to the guidance of the token, Fang Chen was in the Shengsun sect. However, how did Fang Chen enter the Shengsun sect? Was he taken in as a disciple by an expert? Other than that, Star and Moon could not think of any other possibilities. Perhaps, Brother Chen has a fortuitous encounter. Star and Moon couldn't wait to see Fang Chen. With a leap, he flew towards the peak. When she was halfway up the mountain, she was stopped by the guards guarding the mountain gate. This is an important place of the Shengsun sect. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. I am the disciple of divine goddess Lianyi of the Lotus Mountain. I have come to pay my respects to the sect master of the Divine Sun sect. Star and Moon cupped his fists and said, What Lotus Flower Mountain disciple? When the guard heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he hurried back to report. In the Far East, the name of Lotus Flower Mountain was known to everyone. The name of divine goddess Lianyi was even more resounding. After a while, the guard brought the Han Dragon Spirit King to the mountainside. The Han Dragon Spirit King was somewhat curious. They were still planning to inquire about Lotus Flower Mountain. Why did a disciple of Lotus Flower Mountain come to the Shungsun sect? Miss, the sect master of the Shungsun sect is not out, so I have come to greet him. May I know why you have come to the Shungsun sect? The Han Dragon Spirit King smiled. I have come to find someone. Star and Moon said. At the same time, Fang Chen was cultivating in the Shungsun sect. Suddenly, his body trembled, and then he hurriedly took out the token. Why is the token so noisy? Fang Chen's face was full of confusion. Boss, do you think sister-in-law will follow the token's guidance and find this place? Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Whoosh, the Book of Time and Space was activated, and Fang Chen's figure merged into the void in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Fang Chen's speed was at the maximum. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Shungsun sect. When his gaze landed in front of the mountain gate, he was instantly stunned. If it wasn't Star and Moon, who else could it be? Fang Chen put away the token, landed, and called out loudly. Star and Moon, who was talking to the Han Dragon Spirit King, heard the voice and was slightly surprised. She immediately turned around. When she saw Fang Chen running over, she couldn't hold back her tears. Brother Chen. You too. Star and Moon quickly walked over to Fang Chen. When the two met, they rushed into each other's arms. Fang Chen hugged Star and Moon tightly, as if he was dreaming. I finally found you. These words were filled with endless bitterness. He had been in the realm of the gods for several years, and he finally saw his wife. The stubbornness in Fang Chen's heart was finally appeased. The Ice Dragon Spirit King's eyes widened as he watched this scene unfold. After a long while, he laughed heartily. He was very happy. The Han Dragon Spirit King's wild laughter broke the silence. Fang Chen looked at the Han Dragon Spirit King awkwardly. You guys continue. Don't worry about me. With that, the Han Dragon Spirit King turned and left. At this moment, there was only each other in their hearts. It was as if they were the only two people in this world. Brother Chen, I knew you would come to the realm of the gods to find me. Star and Moon sobbed. Fang Chen gently wiped away the tears on Star and Moon's face, then said softly, aren't we together now? Why are you crying? I'm happy. Although it was just 3 simple words, it represented the endless longing that Xingyu and Xingyu had for Fang Chen all these years. No one could understand that kind of pain. The furthest distance in the world wasn't the distance between life and death. It was clearly in love, but unable to see each other. Memories of the ancient sword continent flashed through Xingyu's mind. In such a short period of time, Fang Chen had been able to dominate the lower realms and then ascend to the realm of the gods. Star and Moon could completely understand how much pain he had endured. We'll never be apart again. Star and Moon hugged Fang Chen tightly, afraid that this was a dream. She didn't want to go back to those painful days. Don't worry, no one can separate us, Fang Chen said resolutely. All these years, he had worked hard to cultivate with only one goal in mind, to go to the realm of the gods and find his wife. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Fang Chen and Star and Moon hadn't seen each other for many years. You 3, for the gods of the realm of the gods, a few years was just the blink of an eye. However, for Fang Chen and Star and Moon, who had cultivated for less than 100 years, these few years were really too hard to bear. It felt like every day was a year. But now, the bitterness was finally over and the sweetness was coming. The two of them were immersed in their own world, forgetting everything. When the two of them realized something, it was already late and the moon was high in the sky. You're so beautiful. Fang Chen looked at Star and Moon lovingly and said softly. Hearing this, Xingyu blushed and lowered her head. Brother Chen, how did you come to the easternmost land? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chen told Star and Moon everything he had experienced in the easternmost land. Just like that, the two of them spent the whole night talking about everything they had experienced over the years. Until dawn came the next day. Only then did Xingyu feel a little tired. I'll take you to see my brother, Fang Chen said. In a courtyard in the Shungsun sect. Spirit King Han Long and the Sky Prison Saint were discussing something when Fang Chen came. Brother Han Long, Brother Sky Prison Saint, Fang Chen greeted them with cupped fists. "Ha ha, I thought you'd forgotten about us," Spirit King Han Long joked. Star and Moon blushed and felt a little awkward. "Brother Han Long, this is my wife, Star and Moon," Fang Chen said. "No wonder you've been dreaming about her. She's such a beauty." Spirit King Han Long laughed. The Sky Prison Saint nodded. "Fang Chen, congratulations." Star and Moon had already heard from Fang Chen that Spirit King Han Long and the Sky Prison Saint were here. "Greetings, seniors." Star and Moon cupped her fists. "That's not right. Your husband calls me brother, but you call me senior," Spirit King Han Long joked. "Brother Han Long," Star and Moon said in a low voice. "Ha ha ha." The courtyard was filled with laughter. Spirit King Han Long and the Sky Prison Saint were happy that Fang Chen could meet Star and Moon. Chapter 17:10. Star and Moon wanted to take Fang Chen to see her master, Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi. However, Fang Chen refused. Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi attached great importance to Star and Moon. She even viewed Star and Moon as her future successor. Given Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi's personality, there was no way she would allow Star and Moon to marry an ordinary person. Thus, Fang Chen most likely wouldn't succeed. In fact, he would only be asking for trouble. "But I only want to be with Big Brother Chen. If Master doesn't agree, then I'll leave Lotus Mountain," Star and Moon said resolutely. Star and Moon's attitude was very firm. She only wanted to be with Fang Chen. No one could stop her. Even her master, Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi, had no choice but to turn against her if she was determined to stop her. I know what you're thinking. I also want to be with you. I also want to give you a good environment. However, we have to accept reality," Fang Chen said. Star and Moon shook her head. What was reality? Is the reality to let the two of them separate again? She didn't want to. She would rather not return to Lotus Mountain. She wouldn't give up. A temporary separation is for the sake of better reuniting in the future. Fang Chen said earnestly, "Your master, Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi, dotes on you and values you greatly. Furthermore, she has been protecting you ever since you came to the God realm. Think about it. How many people drool over your beauty but don't dare to force you? This is all because of your master. If you betray Lotus Mountain now, they will definitely do everything they can to deal with you. At that time, you will be in great danger. How can I leave you in danger and not care about anything else?" But, Fang Chen shook his head and continued to explain, "There are no buts. Besides, I'm only asking you to return to Lotus Mountain for now. You are my wife. I should appear at Lotus Mountain in the most dazzling manner possible and take you away." Fang Chen didn't want Star and Moon to suffer. He didn't mind suffering, but he didn't want to watch the Star and Moon. The easternmost region was rather special in the God realm. It was the only region where the 7 top forces were not stationed. Without a leader, everyone wanted to dominate the easternmost land, but no one had the absolute strength to do so. Therefore, it created the situation of warlords seizing power. So far, the Zhu clan was the most likely to dominate the easternmost land. In the divine realm, the Zhu clan was second only to the 7 top forces. Right now, they were at the peak of their power. It was said that the Zhu family supported Zhu Lei's pursuit of the Star and Moon because they wanted to rope in heavenly god Lian Yi. Once the Lotus Flower Mountain and the Zhu clan joined hands, it would definitely cause a commotion in the entire easternmost region. At that time, there might be a situation of great unification. It was very likely that the Zhu family would use this to become the 8th top force. Of course, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. It was too difficult for the Zhu family to achieve this. The entire easternmost land was filled with heroes. Right now, many outstanding young disciples of the sect were pursuing the Star and Moon. There were even rumors of this happening among the younger generation. If anyone could pursue the Star and Moon, they would be able to dominate the younger generation. In this way, the powerful and arrogant young generation would be even more stimulated. Right now, they didn't dare to act rashly because of the Lotus Flower Mountain and heavenly god Lian Yi. If the Star and Moon left the Lotus Flower Mountain now, they would lose heavenly god Lian Yi's support. Those people would definitely bare their ugly fangs and forcefully take the star and moon away. That wasn't something Fang Chen wanted to see. Therefore, if he wanted to take the star and moon away, he had to obtain Heavenly God Lian Yi's approval. Right now, there was only one path in front of him. That was to enter the Heavenly God's ruins and walk out alive. This was the prerequisite for obtaining Heavenly God Lian Yi's approval. Fang Chen informed the star and moon of his decision. The star and moon immediately refused. No, the Heavenly God's ruins are too dangerous. I can't let Brother Chen take the risk, the star and moon said, shaking his head. Moreover, the younger generation entering the Heavenly God's ruins are all ruthless. Brother Chen, you're just an eternal realm warrior. You'll definitely die if you go in. The Han Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint both tried to persuade the star and moon. Star and moon, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. We've thought about this carefully before supporting Brother Fang, the Han Dragon Spirit King said slowly. Don't underestimate Brother Fang just because he's a low-level eternal realm cultivator. His battle prowess is close to the soul transformation realm. So what? The younger generation entering the Heavenly God's ruins are at least in the soul transformation realm. Some are even in the true realm or the divine spirit realm. The star and moon still shook his head. It was too dangerous. No matter what, they couldn't let Fang Chen take the risk. There are countless opportunities in the Heavenly God's ruins. Although it seems dangerous, it's also an opportunity for Brother Fang. If he can find an opportunity, Brother Fang might be able to enter the soul transformation realm, the Han Dragon Spirit King said. Think about it. If he has such combat strength in the eternal realm, how strong will he be once he enters the soul transformation realm? In fact, the Sky Prison Saint had been extremely opposed to this at first. But after learning about Fang Chen's true situation, he gradually agreed. This was the best option for now. You don't need to worry. Back then, I was just a weak warrior in the ancient Sword Continent's Divine Wind Nation. But now, I've come to the God world. After going through so much, I know how to protect myself. Don't you know me? Fang Chen said. Facts have proven that this is the best option for now. Brother Fang is right. You have Empyrean God Lian Yi's protection, so you'll be fine. If Brother Fang's existence is known by the younger generation in the easternmost region, how will they deal with him? At that time, even the two of us can't guarantee that we'll be able to protect Brother Fang. Besides, Brother Fang can't hide in the Shengsun sect forever, the Han Dragon Spirit King said. For your future, what you need to do now is go back and tell your master that you agree with her plan. Tell her to open the Heavenly God's ruins as soon as possible, the Han Dragon Spirit King continued. After hearing the Han Dragon Spirit King's words, Star and Moon sunk into deep thought. Emotionally, she was 100,000 times unwilling to do this. But after analyzing it carefully, she realized that her idea was too simple. This was the God world. The weak didn't have the right to make decisions. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Chen with some worry. Brother Chen, is it really okay? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chen nodded heavily. Don't worry. I never do anything unprepared. Besides, I'm a master-level array master. Even in front of a soul transformation realm warrior, I can escape unscathed. Star and Moon fell into deep thought. Fang Chen, the Han Dragon Spirit King, and the others didn't disturb her. They knew that Star and Moon would definitely make the right choice. After a long time, Star and Moon raised her head. Her dark eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. Brother Chen, I can agree to your request, but you have to promise that you'll leave your clone in the Shengsun sect and won't put yourself in danger, Star and Moon said. Okay, I promise you. After some discussion, Star and Moon finally agreed. She immediately returned to the Lotus Mountain and told her master about this. A few days later, a piece of news came from the Lotus Mountain. In 3 months, the Empyrean God's relic at the foot of the Lotus Mountain would open. Anyone below the Empyrean God level could enter. Fang Chen of the Shengsun sect smiled when he heard the news. He could imagine that the relic would open in 3 months because Star and Moon was buying time for him. I won't let you down, Fang Chen said to himself as he clenched his fists. Then, He sat down cross-legged and opened his Sumeru ring. He won first place in the Ju family's competition and ranked first on the ancient list. Before he left, the Ju family still gave him the reward for being the first place. 10,000 high-grade divine spiritual stones, a high-grade divine artifact, and a divine skill. Originally, Fang Chen didn't want this high-grade divine artifact and asked the Ju family to upgrade the red glass sword to a high-grade divine artifact. However, he was in a hurry and didn't have time to do so. He opened his palm and a fiery red long sword appeared instantly. After this long sword appeared, the surrounding air temperature instantly rose. The immortal flame in his body erupted automatically and surrounded the fiery red long sword. The sword was called Bright Moon. It was 2.5 feet long and 3 inches wide. This sword was a high-grade divine artifact. Feeling the scorching heat from the Bright Moon sword, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. There was still a big gap between a middle-grade divine artifact and a high-grade divine artifact. Chapter 17:11. The power of the Bright Moon sword was naturally much stronger than the Hidden Star sword. Fang Chen was also more comfortable using it. However, he would not give up on his battle partner who had followed him for many years. After putting away the Bright Moon sword, he took out a worn-out book from his bosom. This book was the divine art that he had chosen in the divine art building. However, it was not the original, but a copy. Fire Refining the Heavens. This was a very powerful divine art. It was considered to be one of the top divine arts. This divine art was placed on the top floor of the divine art building. Strictly speaking, this divine art could be considered as the divine art of the Ju clan. However, the Ju clan leader did not hesitate to give it to Fang Chen because he was more suitable for this divine art. After obtaining the divine art, Fang Chen did not have time to cultivate it. 3 months was just enough time for him to cultivate. I hope that I can gain something in these 3 months. The fire refining the heavens was much stronger than the fire demon sword technique. Moreover, it was more difficult to cultivate. However, for Fang Chen, he could easily learn any sword Dao divine art. There was no other reason other than the golden heart. Ever since he came to the realm of the gods, the golden heart had been slowly transforming. Until now, the golden heart was more and more helpful to Fang Chen. As a result, Fang Chen's understanding of the sword Dao became more profound. The sword Dao had been cultivated to the 7 stars realm. Coupled with the golden heart, cultivating the divine art was almost a piece of cake. Moreover, this was a divine art that was a fusion of the sword Dao and the fire Dao. Fang Chen had the undying flame, so it was easier for him to cultivate. In just half a month, he had cultivated the fire refining the heavens to the entry level. After the entry level, the fire refining the heavens could quickly condense a sea of fire. The sea of fire was filled with sword qi. Any warrior who was in the sea of fire would have to bear the heat of the sea of fire and the impact of the powerful sword qi. When the fire refining the heavens was cultivated to the extreme, one could use the sword Dao to refine the heavens. Of course, this description was somewhat exaggerated. However, from this point, it could be seen how powerful the fire refining the heavens was. The golden heart was beating faster and faster. Drops of golden liquid fused with the law of sword. Along with the passage of time, Fang Chen's understanding of the fire refining the heavens technique became even deeper. Time passed. 3 months later, Fang Chen opened his eyes and saw the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint anxiously waiting for him in the courtyard. Brothers. Fang Chen withdrew his aura, stood up and asked. Brother Fang, you've finally stopped cultivating. If you don't stop now, I'm going to wake you up, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. Did something happen? Fang Chen's heart tightened when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked. He was worried that something might have happened to Star and Moon. Have you forgotten? Just a few days ago, the heavenly god's ruins opened. Anyone below the heavenly god realm can enter. A large number of gods have already entered the heaven god ruins, said the Frost Dragon Spirit King. It's said that the entrance will only remain open for half a month. After that, it will close for 3 years, said the Sky Prison Saint. Then let's go right now, said Fang Chen anxiously. This was his only chance. He couldn't miss it. Otherwise, He would regret it for the rest of his life. There's no rush. We'll take a flying divine artifact. We'll make it in a few days, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. You're about to enter the Heaven God ruins. We'll tell you some of the information we've gathered. Most of the people entering the Heaven God ruins are the younger generation. Of course, there are also many older gods who have taken advantage of the opportunity to sneak in, said the Sky Prison Saint. After all, Heavenly God Lian Yi hadn't said that the older generation couldn't enter. Due to their limited potential, it was very difficult for them to break through. Thus, they definitely wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. That made the Heaven God ruins even more dangerous. With your Qianquan formation and void cultivation system, you shouldn't be in any danger as long as you don't provoke others. The Ice Dragon Spirit King knew Fang Chen quite well. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. However, there are a few people you must pay attention to once you enter the ruins. Who? Zhu Lei of the Zhu family. He's extremely dangerous. He's one of the strongest of the younger generation in the easternmost land. He's also the most outstanding genius of the Zhu family. He's also an important figure in the marriage alliance between the Zhu family and Heavenly God Lian Yi. Thus, the Zhu family will definitely give him some trump cards. The Ice Dragon Spirit King said in a low voice. Don't be careless. According to what I've heard, Zhu Lei has already stepped into the divine spirit realm. Zhu Lei. Hearing this name again, Fang Chen's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Back in the Star Ruins, Zhu Lei had disdained to attack him. He'd even mocked him, saying that he wasn't worthy of being with the Star and Moon. Back then, he'd sworn to himself that one day, he'd defeat Zhu Lei fair and square in the God realm. However, Fang Chen wouldn't act on impulse. According to the Ice Dragon Spirit King's information, Zhu Lei was extremely powerful. He was one of the top gods. Gods were divided into 3 realms, the Soul Transformation Realm, the True God Realm, and the Divine Spirit Realm. There was a huge gap between the 3 realms. Right now, Fang Chen's top priority was to enter the Soul Transformation Realm. Only by entering the Soul Transformation Realm would he have any hope of fighting Zhu Lei in the Heaven God ruins. I know. Fang Chen nodded and said softly. Apart from Zhu Lei, you also have to pay attention to He Xie. He's the young lord of the Wicked Hand Mountain Villa. His strength can't be underestimated, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. If you run into those 2, don't think you're lucky. Run immediately. Of course, there are other powerful youths as well. Don't be careless. You have to be more careful of the older generation experts. Especially when I've heard that there are 3 experts at the peak of the Divine Spirit Realm who have entered it, the Heavenly Prison Saint said in a deep voice. 3 peak Divine Spirit Realm experts. Fang Chen frowned. Those 3 are known as the strongest below the Heaven God realm in the easternmost land. They've been trapped in the Divine Spirit Realm for millions of years in pursuit of power, unable to break through. The Heaven God ruins is an opportunity for them, continued the Sky Prison Saint. They're known as the 3 Elders of the Eastern Tomb. Their strength is terrifying. Fang Chen made a mental note of the 3 Elders of the Eastern Tomb. The threat level of those 3 was much higher than Zhu Lei and He Xie. Next, the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint briefly introduced the other gods. Finally, they took a flying divine artifact and headed to the foot of the Lotus Mountain. The Lotus Mountain was very far from the Shengsun sect. It took them a few days to get there on a flying divine artifact. The Lotus Mountain towered into the clouds. From afar, it looked as beautiful as a lotus flower floating in the sky. It was said that without Heaven God Lian Yi's permission, even a true Heaven God couldn't set foot on the Lotus Mountain. The Lotus Mountain was very mysterious and emitted a shocking aura. At the foot of the Lotus Mountain, there was a stone door in the void. This stone door was the entrance to the Heaven God ruins. At this moment, there were many gods standing in front of the stone door. These gods had just entered the Soul Formation Realm and weren't confident in their own strength. They were afraid of death and didn't dare to enter. What a pity. If I cultivated for another 100 years, I would definitely enter the Heaven God ruins. Yeah. My father said that with my current strength, I would definitely die if I went in. Instead of going in to die, It's better to cultivate outside. With my own efforts, I will stand at the top of the divine world one day. These gods didn't dare to enter the heaven god ruins, but they were comforting each other. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, a flying divine artifact appeared in the distance. Yeah. The heaven god ruins have been open for so long. There are still people going in. Many gods turned to look at the flying divine artifact. Fang Chen and the other two walked out of the flying divine artifact. It seems to be the Sky Prison Saint of the Shungsun sect. Who is the person next to the Sky Prison Saint? His aura is very strong. He seems to be a heaven god. Who is this young guy? 2 heaven gods escorted him here. Is he going to enter the heaven god ruins? Many gods looked at Fang Chen in confusion. Lotus Mountain. Fang Chen's eyes fell on the Lotus Mountain that towered into the clouds. A ripple appeared in his heart. No matter how calm he was, he couldn't control the complicated feelings in his heart. The star and moon were on the Lotus Mountain, but he couldn't meet them. Chapter 17:12. Brother Fang, you must be careful in the heaven god's relic, the Ice Dragon Spirit King warned. Don't worry, Brother Han Long. I know what I'm doing. Fang Chen smiled. After bidding farewell to the heavenly prison saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King, Fang Chen leaped into the air and disappeared through the stone door. This scene caused a commotion. Heavens, where did this kid come from? He dares to enter the heaven god's relic as an eternal realm cultivator. He's courting death. Even a god wouldn't dare to enter. He's only an eternal realm cultivator. Isn't that suicide? Does he think he'll be able to survive in the heaven god's relic just because he calls himself a brother? These people thought that Fang Chen was an idiot. He knew how dangerous it was inside, but he still wanted to die. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the heavenly prison saint glared at them, and the gods in front of the stone door immediately shut their mouths. When a heaven god was angry, millions of corpses would fall. They didn't dare to provoke a heaven god. Fortunately, the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the heavenly prison saint didn't lower themselves to the level of these gods. After confirming that Fang Chen had entered the heaven god's relic, they returned to the Shungsun sect. Lotus Peak, Lotus Palace. After returning to Lotus Peak, Star and Moon kept an eye on the medallion's movements. In the past 3 months, the medallion had been shaking at a moderate pace. This meant that Fang Chen had been cultivating in the Shungsun sect. But in the past few days, the medallion had suddenly vibrated even more violently. Star and Moon was very nervous. She knew that Fang Chen should be on his way to Lotus Peak. Whoosh! Just now, the medallion had calmed down. Star and Moon's expression was complicated. Brother Chen has entered the heaven god's relic, Star and Moon said to herself. The only thing she could do now was to pray that Fang Chen would come out alive. At some point, heaven god Lian Yi appeared beside Star and Moon. What are you thinking about? She asked. Heaven god Lian Yi valued this disciple of hers very much. She hoped to use this trip to the heaven god's relic to find an outstanding husband for Star and Moon. Master. Star and Moon calmed herself down and whispered, I'm not thinking about anything. You don't need to let your imagination run wild. The Empyrean god's relic would be open for 3 years. During these 3 years, they would fight in the Empyrean god's relic. Only those who could come out of the god's relic alive would have the right to step onto Lotus Mountain. When the time comes, I'll definitely choose a husband for you, heavenly goddess Lian Yi said with a gentle smile. Star and Moon shook her head, a complicated look in her eyes. Master, I was already married when I was in the lower realms, said Star and Moon. She had already mentioned this matter to her master more than once. However, Master said that the martial artists of the lower realm were like ants and were not worthy of his disciple. Sure enough, heaven god Lian Yi's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing Star and Moon's words. She flicked her sleeves and said, you're still my disciple, and you've also reached the soul formation stage. It won't be long before you reach the true god realm. You're the princess of Lotus Mountain. Even though you got married in the lower realms, that's nothing. We cultivators should be able to let go, heaven god Lian Yi said. It's extremely difficult for the martial artists of the lower realms to ascend to the God realm. I'm sure that husband of yours will never have the chance to ascend to the God realm in this lifetime. Star and Moon's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. Heaven God Lianyi continued, besides, even if he does ascend to the God realm one day, the difference between the two of you is like the difference between heaven and earth. It's best if you just forget about him. Master, you once taught me to follow my heart. But now, you're telling me to give up on my obsession? Star and Moon countered with a question. Heaven God Lianyi's expression softened, and she said in a meaningful voice, everything I'm doing is for your own good. In the God realm, it's far too difficult for a woman to grow up without anyone to rely on. I won't allow my disciple to repeat the mistakes I made when I was young. You have great potential. If you continue to cultivate with me, your future will be limitless. Don't make a mistake, Heaven God Lianyi said. Star and Moon thought about it for a moment before finally telling her about Fang Chen's arrival in the God realm. Master, my husband has been cultivating diligently for the past few years in order to find me. He went from being as weak as an ant to reaching his current level of cultivation. He's never forgotten me, so how can I be so heartless? Star and Moon said, besides, he's not as weak as you make him out to be. He already ascended to the God realm a few years ago. Yes, you've seen him since he ascended to the God realm. Heaven God Lianyi's senses were extremely sharp, and she caught on to the minute changes in Star and Moon's expressions. Star and Moon didn't hide anything and directly nodded. That's right. A while ago, I left Lotus Mountain to go see him. Where is he? Heaven God Lianyi asked with a frown. He's in the Shengsun sect, but he should have entered the God ruins by now. Star and Moon revealed a happy smile. A man who was willing to give up his life for her. This kind of man was worth trusting. He entered the God ruins because of me. Star Moon seemed to be lost in her memories as she said unhurriedly, when I went to see him, he wasn't even a deity. However, after learning about my situation, he resolutely stepped into the Heaven God's ruins. It's all for the sake of being able to take me away from Master in a grand manner. Nonsense. How dare an eternal realm cultivator enter the God ruins? Heaven God Lianyi said coldly. Master, he's willing to give up everything for the woman he loves, even if it means sacrificing his life. Isn't this kind of man worthy of your trust? Star and Moon asked calmly. He's an idiot. I absolutely won't allow you to be with such a person. Heaven God Lianyi's attitude was resolute. He can't even predict his own situation. Only an idiot would do something like this. If he can't walk out of the God ruins, then you should give up. After learning that Star and Moon's husband from the lower realms had entered the God ruins, Heaven God Lianyi's attitude toward Fang Chen became even worse. But what if he can walk out of the God ruins alive? Star and Moon asked seriously. She looked like a child asking about her parents. She was serious and persistent. Do you think eternal realm warriors will be able to walk out of the Heaven God's relic that is fraught with danger? Let me tell you, even true God realm and divine spirit realm geniuses will die in the Heaven God's relic, Heavenly God Lianyi said gravely. Master, you'd rather give all the younger generation in the easternmost land a chance. Why aren't you willing to give him a chance? Star and Moon asked. Once you see him, you'll definitely fall in love with him. Heaven God Lianyi sighed when she saw how emotional Star and Moon was. In order to make you give up, I'll give him a chance. If he can walk out of the God ruins alive, then I'll give him priority. What do you mean, give him priority? Star and Moon hurriedly asked. If he can walk out of the God ruins alive, then he'll only have the right to set foot on Lotus Mountain. If he wants to marry my most beloved disciple, he'll have to pass through all the tests. You have to pass all of my tests. Heavenly Goddess Lianyi left before Xingyu had a chance to reply. Star and Moon let out a sigh of relief as they watched their master leave. No matter what, their master had finally relented and given Chen Ji a chance. Brother Chen, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Within the clouds, Heaven God Lianyi looked down at Star and Moon and sighed. Senior sister, why are you forcing you? There was a lavishly dressed noblewoman standing next to Heaven God Lianyi. She exuded the aura of a superior being. She was Heaven God Lian Yi's junior sister, as well as the Empress of the immortal Void Empire. Junior sister, do you also think I was wrong? Heaven God Lian Yi asked. The noblewoman looked at Heaven God Lian Yi with a myriad of thoughts in her mind. She felt as if she had returned to her youth. She made her way over to Heaven God Lian Yi with light steps. Senior sister, haven't you been tired of living all these years? The noblewoman asked. You're still unable to let go of the obsession in your heart, yet you're asking your disciple to let go of the obsession in her heart. Why bother? Mitch, I can bear that pain by myself. I won't allow my disciple to follow in my footsteps, Heaven God Lian Yi said expressionlessly. Chapter 17:13. In the boundless space, divine power wreaked havoc. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be smashed to pieces. The place where Fang Chen was at was a wasteland. The wasteland was very small, and it was the only safe place. Divine power wreaked havoc everywhere in the heavenly god relic, except for the wasteland. This was also a place for those who came later to settle down, so that they wouldn't die before they had a firm foothold. Is this the heavenly god relic? Fang Chen looked around, feeling rather emotional. He had underestimated the power of a heavenly god. However, it was also because he didn't know much. The only heavenly gods he had seen were the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint. Both of them were Divine Grandmaster Realm heavenly gods. Heavenly gods, like true gods, had three major realms: Divine Grandmaster Realm, Divine Lord Realm, and Heavenly God Realm. Heavenly God Lian Yi was at the peak of the Heavenly God Realm. She was almost invincible below the true God Realm. Divine Grandmaster Realm heavenly gods were considered leaders in some mid-sized factions. Divine Lord Realm heavenly gods were almost like lords of a region. They could quickly gather countless experts and rule over a territory. All the factions fought to recruit Divine Lord Realm experts. The Shunsun sect was a mid-sized sect in the easternmost land, but there weren't many Divine Lord Realm experts in the sect. As for Celestial Deity Realm, that was already considered an existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. After all, true gods were already at the peak of the god realm. As long as true gods didn't appear, heavenly gods were almost invincible. This was why heavenly god Lian Yi was so famous in the easternmost land. Fang Chen couldn't be sure what realm the owner of this heavenly god relic was in when he was alive. However, he felt the extremely violent divine power outside the wasteland. His scalp tingled. This divine power is very strange. What's going on? Just as Fang Chen was racking his brains, a chubby true god suddenly appeared in the wasteland. Luckily, I'm not late. The person had just landed and was muttering to himself. He had a strong aura. According to Fang Chen's speculation, this person should be a true god realm expert. The fat man also noticed Fang Chen. After seeing him, a look of surprise flashed across the fat man's face. Then, he widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen with a smile. Brother, which power are you from? Fatty walked over to Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen looked at the fat man warily and answered, disciple of the Shungsun sect. When did the Shungsun sect have such an awesome disciple? Fatty asked in surprise. Seeing Fang Chen's puzzled expression, the fat man laughed and said, Brother, you haven't even reached the divine transformation realm, yet you dare to enter the god's relic. This is simply courting death. Tell me, aren't you awesome? If it was Fatty, he definitely wouldn't be able to do that. I don't know what's going on. However, Fang Chen sensed no hostility from the Fatty. Moreover, he also had a good impression of this Fatty. I'm just forced by life. Fang Chen smiled calmly and said, Brother, which sect are you from? Me. The fat man said, I'm a rogue cultivator. I follow my master and the world is my home. You can just call me All is Empty. All is Empty. This is an interesting name. Buddhism emphasizes that the four elements all is empty. Brother, are you a Buddhist cultivator? Fang Chen asked. The fat man shook his head and said, I hate those stinky Buddhist monks the most. How can I be a Buddhist cultivator? Then why are you called All is Empty? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. The fat man liked to explain the origin of his name to others. Well, it's a long story. Listen to me first. Then, the fat man began to explain to Fang Chen the origin of the name All is Empty. It took the fatty 6 hours to explain the two-word name. Fang Chen was already stupefied, but the fat man continued to explain. Seeing the fat man talk like a river, Fang Chen had an urge to bang his head against a wall. Heavens, how long has it been since this fatty spoke? Fang Chen cried out in his heart. After 6 hours, the fat man finally finished. However, Fang Chen didn't listen to a single word. Brother, I see that you and I hit it off. These heavenly gods' ruins are also very dangerous. How about we explore it together? In truth, the fat man was secretly delighted. He had finally found someone willing to listen to him. In the outside world, every time the people familiar with him saw him, they would hide far away. How boring. Sure. Fang Chen said. Although he was a bit speechless, being able to be with All is Empty greatly reduced the danger. Oh right, brother, I still don't know your name. The fat man asked All is Empty. My name is Fang Chen. Fang Chen, let me think. Why did your parents give you this name back then? Jie Kong pondered for a moment. Soon after, she slapped her thigh and said, I understand now. Listen to me. Again. Fang Chen's eyes widened, full of helplessness. Chatter. It had to be said that the fat man's eloquence was really too good. If they met an enemy, they would definitely go crazy from his words. Fang Chen had only said his name, but the fat man had already thought of a long list of things. Moreover, he had even explained it to Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen's pained expression, the fat man asked All is Empty, Brother Fang, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? My ears aren't feeling well. Fang Chen pointed at his ears listlessly. Vulgar, unbearably vulgar. Not only are you vulgar, but you also don't understand romance. I don't even like ordinary people. I'm telling you this because I like you, but you're actually saying that I'm annoying. Do you believe that I won't get angry? Fatty said in annoyance. Fang Chen unhappily said, that's right. After listening to Lord Fatty's words, I feel like I've been enlightened. It's comparable to 10 years of bitter cultivation. Fang Chen's sarcasm didn't make the fat man feel uncomfortable. Instead, it made him even happier. Are you praising me? I don't remember how long it has been since someone praised me like this. Ha ha ha, Lord Fatty is very happy today. The fat man was very happy to play around. Fang Chen hugged his head and sighed. He had just entered the heavenly god's ruins. How did he end up meeting such a crazy person? He hated that smelly monk, and he even said All is Empty. He clearly said that he never wasted words, but his mouth flowed like a torrent. He just couldn't stop talking. Fang Chen was speechless. There was actually such a strange person in this world. Brother Fang, let's quickly leave this place. Suddenly, the fat man stopped laughing and whispered. Yes. Although this wasteland is safe, it's only temporary, said the fat man. All is empty. Fang Chen instantly understood what the fat man meant. In a bit, I'll pour my divine power into your body and have it wrap around you. The fat man continued, the divine power outside the wasteland is extremely terrifying. If you're not careful, you'll die a horrible death. Even I wouldn't be so arrogant as to force my way in. Speaking of the heavenly god's ruins, the fat man finally returned to normal. Furthermore, he seemed to understand the heavenly god's ruins very well. All is empty. Why is the divine power inside the heavenly god's ruins so tyrannical? Asked Fang Chen. The fat man glanced at Fang Chen and then shook his head. That's right. You're not even a deity, so you don't understand divine power. Let me tell you, the divine power you see isn't true divine power. It's the decomposition of divine power. What decomposition of divine power? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Divine power was a level higher than divine power. That kind of pure energy wasn't something a deity could resist. The master of these ruins was a deity when he was alive. After his death, his boundless heavenly god power gradually covered the entire ancient ruins as time passed. Then, it began to decompose in nature. Fortunately, enough time had passed, and the divine power had already been completely decomposed. Otherwise, No matter how many people enter, they will all die. Not a single deity can survive. Fang Chen nodded. All is empty definitely wasn't exaggerating. Divine power was terrifying enough to do that. However, because this divine power was decomposed from divine power, it's extremely berserk. You can't let it touch your body, or it will forcefully decompose your body, said the fat man. All is empty solemnly. So that's how it is. Chapter 17:14. In other words, any random deity can pass through the berserk divine power, said Fang Chen. Fatty All is Empty looked at him as if he was an idiot. He nodded. What else do you think? Brother Fang, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're an eternal realm martial artist. Why do you want to enter the heaven god's ruins? Isn't it good for you to enjoy your life in the outside world? Fatty All is Empty activated his AI mode and spoke non-stop into Fang Chen's ears. He hurriedly interrupted him. Stop, stop, stop. Fang Chen said, Brother All is Empty, we're going to pass through the berserk divine power. Why are you talking about me? Fang Chen felt helpless. Why was it always his ears that got hurt? Fatty All is Empty looked at Fang Chen plaintively after being interrupted. You don't know anything. In Fatty All is Empty's world, anyone who interrupted him for no reason was ignorant. Brother All is Empty. Seeing All is Empty's expression, Fang Chen wanted to laugh, but he held back. It was too funny. Since you've made me happy before, I won't bicker with you. Let's go. Fatty All is Empty stretched out his hands and pressed them on Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, boundless divine power endlessly drilled into Fang Chen's body. So strong. This was the first time Fang Chen had come into close contact with divine power, and he felt incomparably shocked. Only by controlling divine power could one be considered a true deity. Not long after, divine power formed an armor that wrapped around Fang Chen's body. Okay, you're safe now. All is Empty's divine power formed a defense around him, and he brought Fang Chen into the berserk divine power. As soon as he entered the berserk divine power, Fang Chen felt as if his body was squeezed into a very small space. It was very uncomfortable. How is it? The berserk divine power is very brutal. You're lucky you met me. Otherwise, you'd have to spend the next 3 years in this wasteland, said Fatty All is Empty. Fang Chen stared at the berserk divine power around him. He was surprised to find that from the beginning, his body had been squeezed by the berserk divine power. Now, the berserk divine power was actually drilling into his body. Dong. The golden heart beat, the berserk divine power, actively absorbing it. After seeing this scene, Fang Chen hurriedly, All is Empty, brother, this berserk divine power, can I absorb it? Fatty Jie Kong looked like he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Are you kidding me? Absorbing the berserk divine power? Are you tired of living? Even I wouldn't dare absorb it into my body. If the berserk divine power enters your body, there's only one result, and that is to explode and die. Fatty All is Empty said, I really don't know if your brain is short-circuited. You actually asked such an idiotic question. Fang Chen realized that Fatty All is Empty was not only eloquent when he spoke, but also extremely confident. He liked to mock others. Of course, it was in a joking manner. Fang Chen was already used to Fatty's attitude and didn't care at all. As he shuttled through the berserk divine power, he paid attention to the golden heart's movements. The golden heart absorbed the berserk divine power faster and faster. At the same time, as time passed, the divine power armor around Fang Chen's body gradually collapsed under the destruction of the berserk divine power. After walking for about 6 hours, Fatty All is Empty turned to look at Fang Chen and said in a low voice, You're not a god, so you can't provide divine power to maintain it. The divine power armor is about to collapse. I don't want to act rashly. I'll help you. With that, Fatty was about to inject the divine power in his body into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen was very touched that Fatty could do so much for him in such a harsh environment. Don't think too much. I just don't want you to die so soon. Otherwise, who will listen to me in the future? Fatty laughed. Fang Chen shook his head and rejected Fatty's good intentions. Brother All is Empty, I appreciate your good intentions. However, before Fang Chen could finish his words, Fatty all is empty scolded him. Nonsense, what do you know? You don't understand how terrifying the berserk divine power is. If I don't inject divine power into you, you'll soon be smashed into pieces by the berserk divine power, Fatty said angrily. Brother all is empty, is there no one who can block the berserk divine power with their body? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. HMPH, block it with your body? What do you think the berserk divine power is? Is it just the ordinary power of heaven and earth? Fatty sneered. The berserk divine power is broken down from heavenly divine power. You actually want to block it with your body? Unless you don't want to live anymore. However, as soon as Fatty finished speaking, Fang Chen pointed at his body and said, Brother all is empty. Fang Chen's voice drew the attention of all is empty to himself. At this time, the divine power armor on Fang Chen's body had already dissipated. A layer of golden luster covered his body. A sword aura that made people tremble surrounded his body. The berserk divine power was actually unable to touch Fang Chen's body. This greatly shocked all is empty. I'm not seeing things, am I? Fatty all is empty rubbed his eyes hard and exclaimed, You can actually block the berserk divine power with your body. Fatty looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had never heard of anyone who could block the berserk divine power with their body. Moreover, this person was an eternal realm martial artist. Was this a miracle? After thinking about it, Fatty all is empty believed that this was a miracle. The antelope's antlers were untraceable. Are you the reincarnation of a true god? Fatty all is empty asked. Fang Chen shook his head and looked at the shocked Fatty with a smile. The reason he could block the berserk divine power was firstly because of the golden heart, and secondly because of the perfect sword body. The owner of the golden heart had said that the perfect sword body was known as the strongest body in the universe. In the lower realm, the perfect sword body had already reached the peak. However, after coming to the divine realm, Fang Chen discovered that the perfect sword body could still be improved. As his cultivation increased, the perfect sword body also gradually strengthened. However, logically speaking, the perfect sword body was not enough to block the berserk divine power. However, reality proved that the perfect sword body was special. Fang Chen could not figure it out in a short period of time, so he simply attributed it to the golden heart. Activating the perfect sword body, Fang Chen felt that he could easily block the berserk divine power. At the side, Fatty all is empty opened his eyes wide and observed Fang Chen. Brother all is empty, are you okay? Fang Chen asked. All is empty woke up from the shock for a long time and kept sighing. Amazing, really amazing. Brother Fang, I have never seen such a miracle. Fatty all is empty praised Fang Chen. You are the first person I have ever seen who can block the berserk divine power with their body. It's incredible. Fatty did not know that Fang Chen could absorb the berserk divine power. If he knew, who knew how shocked he would be? Brother all is empty, are you exaggerating? Fang Chen said. All is empty suddenly straightened his back and scolded Fang Chen. Brat, you clearly have such means. Why did you make fun of me? I was just barely holding on when I poured divine power into you. You bastard, Lord Fatty is not done with you. Lord Fatty, I was wrong. I will apologize to you, okay? Fang Chen hurriedly said. He knew that Fatty was not really angry and was just joking. No, you have to compensate Lord Fatty for the mental damage. Mental damage? Fang Chen was a little speechless. Lord Fatty, let's hurry up. At most, I will listen to you talk more in the future, Fang Chen said. Really? Hearing this, the Fatty's eyes widened and he laughed heartily. Are you really willing to chat with me? Seeing Fatty's eating posture, Fang Chen hurriedly dodged. Fatty was very happy and did not say anything else. He quickly brought Fang Chen through the berserk divine power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The berserk divine power covered the entire heaven god's ruins. As they traveled, the golden heart continued to absorb the berserk divine power. The heaven god's ruins, which had been silent for countless years, welcomed a large number of deities. These deities landed in every corner of the heaven god's ruins, looking for their own opportunities with great difficulty. Zhu Lei was in a place where the berserk divine power gathered. Rumble, 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 10,000 lightning bolts struck his body, and the berserk divine power wreaked havoc. Chapter 17:15. Berserk divine power covered the entire Heaven God's ruins. It was difficult to travel to a safe place. There were treasures everywhere in the Heaven God's ruins. After discussing with All is Empty, Fang Chen decided to explore as they moved forward. After all, they hadn't been in the Heaven God's ruins for long, so they didn't have much information. If they wanted to survive in the Heaven God's ruins, they first had to thoroughly understand the situation. In this aspect, Fatty All is Empty was much better than Fang Chen. He had quite a lot of information in his hands. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Golden Heart had absorbed enough berserk divine power. At first, the berserk divine power was completely absorbed and digested by the Golden Heart. But gradually, the Golden Heart began to fill up. When the Golden Heart was completely filled, a crazy thought popped up in Fang Chen's mind. Since berserk divine power was so powerful, what if he used it against an enemy? Actually, it wasn't that no one had thought of this before. It was almost impossible to absorb the berserk divine power. But Fang Chen had the Golden Heart, so it was naturally different. With the mentality of giving it a try, he began to use the Golden Heart to store berserk divine power. Sure enough, it worked. Fang Chen was overjoyed and continued to store berserk divine power. On this day, Fatty Jie Kong suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong?" asked Fang Chen. All is Empty frowned, his pitch-black eyes looking into the distance. He said in a low voice, "Before I entered the Heaven God's ruins, I received a very important piece of information." "What information?" "The master of the Heaven God's ruins loved to raise divine beasts in captivity. It is said that there is an area in the Heaven God's ruins called the Beast Garden, where many divine beasts are imprisoned," said All is Empty. "After such a long time, even if they are imprisoned, they are probably already dead," said Fang Chen. "Do you know why divine beasts are called divine beasts? Even if they are dead, their bodies are still very valuable. If we can enter the Beast Garden, find a divine beast, and obtain its inner core, our strength will definitely increase greatly," said All is Empty. The divine beast's inner core contained all the divine beast's power. Even if the divine beast died, its inner core would still be intact. If a human martial artist swallowed a divine beast's inner core, their strength would definitely soar. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the little mouse said telepathically, "Boss, the divine beast's inner core is very important to you." Hearing this, Fang Chen lightly nodded and said, "If that's the case, then does Brother All is Empty know where the Beast Garden is?" All is Empty nodded and looked ahead. "If my guess is correct, after going around that peak, there should be a screen of light. After passing through the screen of light, you will be able to discover the location of the Beast Garden," All is Empty said. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Then, he looked at All is Empty. The two of them had never met before. Just because they had been walking together for the past few days and All is Empty, she told him such important information. Was there something fishy about this? "Brother All is Empty, why are you telling me this information?" Fang Chen asked. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, All is Empty could guess what Fang Chen was thinking. "Do you think I want to? If it weren't for your strong physical body, I wouldn't be willing to bring you along." All is Empty pursed her lips. Fang Chen was stunned. All is Empty was too direct. However, it was precisely because All is Empty was so direct that Fang Chen trusted All is Empty even more. "Then many thanks to Brother All is Empty." Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. Actually, All is Empty had been observing Fang Chen for a long time. When he discovered that Fang Chen's physical body could withstand the berserk divine power, he had already made a decision. Although All is Empty was a chatterbox, he was very intelligent. He could see through your nature through your conversation. From his conversation with Fang Chen, he felt that this person was not a bloodthirsty demon. In summary, he told Fang Chen the information. "Let's go quickly before something happens," All is Empty said in a low voice. His expression became serious. He guessed that he was not the only one who knew about this. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Fang Chen and All is Empty quickly rushed toward the mountain peak in front. In the blink of an eye, They went around the mountain peak. Behind the mountain peak, the berserk divine power was even more rampant. However, Fang Chen was secretly delighted because the golden heart could no longer store any more berserk divine power. So much. The amount of berserk divine power stored in the golden heart was very large. If it was released all at once, even a true god expert would have a hard time. Even if he met a divine spirit expert, he would be able to leave easily. Rumble, the berserk divine power was rampant everywhere. There was no end in sight. Lightning flashed in the sky. This area was very dangerous. If a warrior with a weak physical body entered, he would definitely be crushed. The beast garden is here. Fang Chen asked. All his empty's expression was serious. He nodded and said, according to the information, the beast garden should be nearby. Let's quickly find the light screen and enter the beast garden. It's too dangerous here. Although All is Empty was a true god expert, his physical defense was not as good as Fang Chen's. In addition to the berserk divine power, his movements were somewhat clumsy. On the other hand, Fang Chen was much more relaxed. The perfect sword body could almost ignore the berserk divine power. With the help of the golden heart, it was as if no one could stop him. Soon, Fang Chen entered the area where lightning was rampant. He was looking for the so-called light screen. After an hour, Fang Chen seemed to have found something. Brother, all is empty, over here. Fang Chen called out. All is Empty heard him and hurried over. Not far in front of Fang Chen, the berserk divine power was gradually connecting to form a flickering light screen. This is the light screen, right? Fang Chen asked. All is Empty laughed loudly. Yes, this is the light screen. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in, Fang Chen said. However, All is Empty's expression changed. He said in a low voice, someone is coming. Sure enough, as soon as All is Empty's voice fell, two figures passed through the berserk divine power and appeared in front of All is Empty. The two of you, it's dangerous here. Leave quickly, one of them said with a smile. An eternal realm expert dares to come here. You're courting death, the other said. All is Empty's face darkened when he saw this. To be able to make All is Empty so serious, it was enough to show the background of these two people. The Shao brothers of Sky-Gazing Mountain, All is Empty said in a low voice. Hearing this, a trace of mockery appeared on their faces. They said, since you know us, why don't you get lost? Fang Chen had heard Spirit King Han Long mention Sky-Gazing Mountain before. It was a large sect in the easternmost land. Although it was not as strong as the Zhu family and Lotus Mountain, it was much stronger than the Shengsun sect. The Shao brothers were two great geniuses of Sky-Gazing Mountain. Xiao Peng and Xiao Che were not without geniuses who were stronger than them in Sky-Gazing Mountain. However, the two brothers were more famous because they were the descendants of the Shao clan from the ancient times. However, after the great destruction of the universe, the Shao clan from the ancient times had long declined. Now, there were almost no descendants of the Shao clan. After the Shao brothers were discovered, they were valued by Sky-Gazing Mountain. Moreover, the Shao clan bloodline in the two brothers' bodies was gradually recovering. If the Shao clan bloodline could be completely recovered, it would be too terrifying. Back then, the Shao clan from the ancient times had the strength to dominate the god world. Xiao Peng and Xiao Che were both true gods. The two of them had also obtained some clues about the Beast Garden and had been searching for it during this period. It was not easy to find it, but they did not expect someone to beat them to it. After seeing the fatty All is Empty and Fang Chen, the Shao brothers sneered. Although the fatty was in the true god realm, the two brothers were not afraid. The other person could be ignored directly. In fact, they were also curious as to why the Eternal Realm warriors had come in. Were they here to die? You go first. I'll hold them back, All is Empty said softly. But you can't fight the two of them alone. Fang Chen shook his head and rejected All is Empty's suggestion. If you don't go, only death awaits you. If you leave, I might have a chance to escape. All is Empty glared at Fang Chen and said in a low voice. Brother All is Empty, we don't have to be so pessimistic. You worked so hard to find the Beast Garden, but are you willing to give it up just like that? Fang Chen asked. So what if I'm not willing? I can't beat the Shao brothers if they join forces. All is empty sighed. Chapter 17:16. When he heard Fang Chen's words, all is empty's eyes flickered, and he looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Are you sure you're not joking around with your life? Asked All is empty. Brother All is empty, do you trust me? Fang Chen didn't answer. With All is empty's understanding of Fang Chen, he wouldn't speak without thinking. Furthermore, entering the heaven god's ruins with an eternal realm cultivation was already suspicious. Perhaps he really did have a trump card and didn't fear the Shao brothers. All is empty clenched his teeth and nodded. If they succeeded, they would occupy the entire beast garden. Even if they failed, with All is empty's methods, they would be able to leave easily. Have you thought it through? Are you going to scram or do you want us to attack? Shao Chei's expression was gloomy. Divine power revolved around his body, and he was ready to attack at any moment. Are all sky-gazing mountains disciples so overbearing? Sneered All is empty. There are no rules forbidding us from coming here. You want us to scram? Isn't sky-gazing mountain being too arrogant? Damn fatty, so what if you're arrogant? Do you dare offend sky-gazing mountain? Sneered Xiao Peng. He didn't put the damn fatty in his eyes at all. Why waste words with him? Just kill him. Xiao Chei was from the pro-war faction. Attack. Suddenly, two words came from Fang Chen's mouth. When Jie Kong heard this, she immediately attacked. Boom. All is empty punched out with both fists. He instantly began fighting with Xiao Chei and Xiao Peng. At the same time, Fang Chen began to set up a universe formation. Heaven, Earth, Universe, create your own space. Fang Chen set up the universe formation as quickly as possible. The Shao brothers, who had just exchanged blows with All is empty, realized that something was wrong. Exquisite despair fist. Your All is empty. Xiao Peng's expression changed as he cried out involuntarily. So your All is empty. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, today, you will die without a doubt. Xiao Chei did not care about that. He continued to unleash lightning attacks on All is empty. Kuala the cosmos formation enveloped the three of them, instantly isolating them from the outside world. HMPH, a trifling formation wants to trap us two brothers? Xiao Chei sneered and charged at Fang Chen. At the same time, Fang Chen transmitted his voice to All is empty. Brother All is empty, I'll trap one of them. You deal with the other as quickly as possible. Be careful. All is empty came these two words, and then he started fighting with Xiao Peng. Xiao Chei sneered when he saw that Fang Chen actually dared to attack him. Brat, I'm really starting to wonder if there's something wrong with your head. Didn't your master tell you about the difference between the eternal realm and the true God realm? Xiao Chei looked down at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. Of course they did. However, the difference between us is not as big as you think. Fang Chen laughed. At the same time, he quickly mobilized his golden heart, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Die. Xiao Chei did not want to waste any time. He stretched out his hand, and a vast amount of divine power locked onto Fang Chen. Whoosh. In Xiao Chei's opinion, Fang Chen would not be able to withstand his attack. If this attack landed, he would definitely die. However, to his surprise, Fang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. In my formation, I am the master. Fang Chen's voice spread throughout the cosmos formation. His figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Chei. You piece of trash, I'll just stand here and you won't be able to break through my defense. Xiao Chei looked at Fang Chen with disdain. Boom. Seeing that Xiao Chei underestimated his opponent, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Immediately, he opened his hand, and a violent amount of divine power gushed out from the golden heart like a waterfall. Rip. Suddenly, so much violent divine power appeared and poured directly toward Xiao Chei. The violent divine power was too strong and too rich, and it targeted Xiao Chei. For a moment, Xiao Chei's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? He could not understand how this person could control the violent divine power. Xiao Chei, be careful. Xiao Peng, who was fighting All is empty, wanted to rescue his brother, but he was stopped by All is empty. Your opponent is me. In fact, All is empty was extremely shocked. However, the most important thing for him now was to deal with the enemy. Boom! It was as if a ray of light pierced the entire starry sky before dawn. That kind of vast power shook people's hearts. In the blink of an eye, the vast violent divine power engulfed Xiao Che. Ah! A miserable scream came from Xiao Che's mouth as the violent divine power drilled into his body and rapidly destroyed it. His divine power was actually unable to resist it. "Big brother, save me." Xiao Che shouted for help with difficulty, but Xiao Peng had no time to care. "Second brother." Xiao Peng bared his teeth and roared angrily, "All is empty, stop now. After I save my brother, I will quickly leave this place, and our previous grudges will be written off. How about it?" All is empty sneered, "Who doesn't know the Xiao brothers' character? If I let you go, you will definitely repay kindness with enmity." Although the fatty All is empty had a good personality and was not good at killing people, it did not mean that he would let go of the warriors who attacked him. The Xiao brothers clearly wanted to kill him. How could he let such a person go? "All is empty, you are courting death." Xiao Peng was furious and activated the Xiao bloodline. A blood-red aura spread around his body, and his combat strength increased dramatically. However, All is empty was not afraid at all. He, Absolute Void, had a trump card as well. A golden circle appeared above All is empty's head. Within the circle, there was a Buddha statue. This was a Buddhist secret technique, and also All is empty's trump card. Boom! The two instantly started fighting, and a deafening sound resounded through the sky. At the same time, the berserk divine power was about to corrode Xiao Che's body. "Ah, I am not satisfied." Xiao Che roared angrily, but it was to no avail. His divine power was gradually disappearing, and his body was also disintegrating. The heavenly god's energy was extremely powerful. Although the violent divine energy formed from the heavenly god's energy was much weaker, it was still not something that a deity could withstand. After a few breaths, Xiao Che's body gradually fell to the ground. The berserk divine power had completely corroded his body. A living person turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. This was the cruelty of the deity realm, who, dealing with Xiao Che, had exhausted all the berserk divine power stored in the golden heart. Fang Chen was also exhausted. He sat on the ground, panting, and quickly recovered his strength. Second brother. Xiao Peng, who was fighting with All is empty, saw this scene and his eyes turned scarlet. He looked up to the sky and roared. Because of his brother's death, Xiao Peng was distracted. All is empty took advantage of this opportunity to attack, forcing Xiao Peng to retreat. Bang! All is empty sent Xiao Peng flying with a punch. He took a big step forward, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Xiao Peng. "My brother's death will not be in vain. You will pay for this." Xiao Peng's face was ferocious. He burned the Xiao clan's bloodline, and his body turned into a mist of blood and disappeared. Damn it! All is empty cursed, but did not pursue. He hurriedly returned to Fang Chen's side. "Brother Fang, are you okay?" This battle had exceeded All is empty's expectations. An eternal realm cultivator had actually killed a true god expert. It was too inconceivable. What was even more unbelievable was that Fang Chen's body was actually able to store berserk divine power. Is he a freak? All is empty thought to himself. Apart from this, there was no other explanation. A moment later, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The energy he had used was more or less recovered. "I'm fine. Where's Xiao Peng?" Fang Chen looked around. All is empty awkwardly scratched his head. He burned his essence blood and escaped. Fang Chen nodded. "Brother Fang, you really opened my eyes. Your body can store berserk divine power." All is empty laughed mischievously. It was just a coincidence. Fang Chen did not want to talk too much about this matter. 88.8. All is empty nodded. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. However, All is empty knew that he had made the right choice by bringing Fang Chen here. He thoughtfully looked at the mysterious fellow in front of him. Then he shook his head. He could not see through Fang Chen. "Brother All is empty, who told me that he hated Buddhist monks the most?" Fang Chen suddenly asked with a smile. "Ah, this one." Chapter 17:17. After dealing with the Shao brothers, the two of them felt much more relaxed. However, the smile on All Is Empty's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Xiao Che had been killed by Fang Chen, but Xiao Peng had burned his blood essence to escape. With the Shao brothers' vengeful nature, Xiao Peng would never let the death of his younger brother, Xiao Che, go. "Let's go in quickly before anything happens," said All Is Empty in a low voice. In fact, Fang Chen was also worried about this. After all, this was the beast garden where the heavenly god kept his divine beasts. There must be treasures inside. Once Xiao Peng spread the news, many experts would rush over. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything. "Go straight through the light screen," said Fang Chen. The news came from All Is Empty, so he should have some understanding of this place. All Is Empty stared at the light screen formed by violent divine power. His eyes flickered, and then he said, "If it was before, I would be worried that I wouldn't be able to pass through the light screen. But now, it seems that there's no need to worry." Fang Chen looked at All Is Empty in confusion. The latter's gaze also fell on Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, according to the information I received, this light screen is very likely to be a powerful formation. If my guess is correct, you should be an extraordinary level formation master," said All Is Empty. "But why can't I sense any formation aura?" Fang Chen was even more confused. "Wait." All Is Empty took a step forward and approached the light screen. Then, his hands suddenly reached out. Suddenly, a wild divine power gushed into the light screen. At this moment, the motionless light screen gradually began to change. In a few breaths' time, Fang Chen's eyes widened. The formation hidden in the light screen was gradually revealing itself. What an ingenious method to be able to hide the formation so deeply. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If one barged into the light screen without any information, they would definitely die. This formation contained a terrifying aura of array Dao. Fang Chen felt that this array formation was no weaker than the Qianquan array formation. However, because the heavenly god had been dead for so long, the array formation had experienced the baptism of time and its power had weakened, becoming incomplete. "Brother Fang, can you crack it?" All Is Empty asked. "If it was a complete matrix, I wouldn't be able to crack it. But in this state, I am confident that I can crack it," Fang Chen said. "However, I will need some time. I'll protect you. Break the formation as soon as possible," All Is Empty said. Fang Chen nodded. Without further ado, he closed his eyes and sensed the mysteries of the formation. With the experience of comprehending the Qianquan formation, Fang Chen had a unique understanding of extraordinary level formations. Although this incomplete formation was incomparably profound, Fang Chen could still sense its operating pattern. Time passed quickly. About 6 hours later, Fang Chen finally figured out the trajectory of the incomplete array. Then, he began to crack it. Beyond Fang Chen's expectations, it was very easy to crack it. Whoosh! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and opened his hand. A wild aura of array Dao whizzed out. Crack! Fine cracks began to appear on the damaged array formation. Then, these cracks continued to expand. After a few breaths, the cracks expanded to a certain extent. Fang Chen shouted, "Go in." All Is Empty was overjoyed when he saw this. He immediately plunged into the cracks. Seeing that All Is Empty had entered, Fang Chen maintained the aura of array Dao as he entered. Buzz! After Fang Chen and All Is Empty had entered, the incomplete array gradually recovered, and the light screen shrouded it again. It was as if nothing had happened here. The surrounding violent divine power was still howling and raging. On the desolate plain, divine power was raging. A sword-like mountain peak rose from the ground. This mountain peak was like a sharp sword inserted into the ground, giving people a feeling that it had existed since ancient times. On the sword edge mountain, Xiao Peng, who was covered in blood, leaned on a bluestone. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He had not completely controlled the Xiao bloodline. Under this premise, burning his bloodline to use the blood escape taboo would have great side effects. The slightest carelessness would cause his body to explode and he would die. All Is Empty, I will not let you go. Xiao Peng was incomparably furious when he thought about how his younger brother had died and how he himself was seriously injured and struggling on the verge of death. My brother will not die in vain. You can forget about getting what I, Xiao Peng, cannot get. Offending me, Xiao Peng, will make you regret it for the rest of your lives, Xiao Peng said coldly with scarlet eyes. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Peng began to transmit his voice to his senior brothers on Sky-Gazing Mountain. After the transmission, a sinister smile appeared on his face. All is empty, this is just a greeting gift from me to you. The real gift is yet to come, Xiao Peng said in a deep voice. After passing through the light screen, Fang Chen and All is Empty arrived at a lush valley. They turned around and saw a light screen at the entrance of the valley. Is this valley the Beast Garden? Fang Chen asked. It's so quiet. All is Empty said in surprise. This place was too quiet, as if it was a paradise. Moreover, there was no violent divine power wreaking havoc here. Everything seemed so strange. This should be the Beast Garden, All is Empty said in a low voice after a long time. Look carefully, we should be able to find a divine beast. Suddenly, Little Mouse transmitted his voice. Boss, the path on the left is 300 meters forward. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he followed Little Mouse's guidance and quickly came to a spot 300 meters to the left. He looked down and was surprised to find a pile of bones on the ground. It seemed to be a divine beast that had fallen. Brother, All is Empty, Fang Chen hurriedly called out. All is Empty's figure flashed and arrived here. This is the body of a divine beast. All is Empty could tell at a glance that this pile of bones was the body of a divine beast. Looks like this is really the Beast Garden. I wonder if there are any divine beasts alive. All is Empty's eyes turned. Fang Chen followed Little Mouse's guidance and pulled apart the pile of bones. Finally, he found a thumb-sized pearl in the body of the divine beast. This pearl that was emitting a grey light was the so-called inner core of the divine beast. This inner core should be a second-grade inner core. All is Empty said, Brother Fang, since you found it, this inner core belongs to you. How about it? Fang Chen nodded and did not refuse. Although a second-grade inner core was not as good as expected, it was not bad. The level of a divine beast was similar to the level of a human practitioner. A second-grade inner core was the inner core of a divine beast that had fallen in the true God realm. A divine beast in the divine transformation realm possessed a first-grade inner core, which was the most common type of inner core. A divine beast in the divine spirit realm had a third-grade inner core. Under normal circumstances, the inner cores of the first 3 grades were more common. A 4th-grade inner core was more precious. A 4th-grade inner core was possessed by a divine beast in the divine ancestor realm. To kill a divine beast in the divine ancestor realm, one would need to be at least a divine lord realm expert. Look carefully, All is Empty said. Fang Chen nodded and continued searching. Boss, give this inner core to me, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen did not hesitate and handed the inner core to Little Mouse. The latter swallowed the inner core with a crunch. Is the inner core of a divine beast helpful? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse nodded and said, very helpful. Good, let's continue searching. The Beast Garden was very strange. Divine consciousness could not spread out, so they could only search with their eyes. This way, Fang Chen had an absolute advantage. According to Little Mouse's guidance, they kept finding the bodies of the divine beasts and obtaining their inner cores. In a short hour, Fang Chen had already obtained 9 inner cores, all of which were eaten by Little Mouse. Jie Kong, on the other hand, had only managed to obtain an inner core, and it had been discovered by accident. All is Empty was speechless, but there was nothing they could do. Roar. Just as Fang Chen and All is Empty were searching for the inner cores of divine beasts, a deafening roar suddenly rang in their ears. The beast's roar caused Fang Chen's qi and blood to churn. Is there a living divine beast? If there was a living divine beast, they would be in big trouble. Based on this beast roar, they could determine that this divine beast's strength was at least in the divine spirit realm. For a moment, Fang Chen and All is Empty looked very serious. Chapter 17:18. In the depths of the valley, the roar shook the heavens. Fang Chen and All is Empty's eardrums were ringing, giving them a shocking feeling. However, Fang Chen also discovered the mystery of this sound. "Brother, all is empty, what did you discover?" Fang Chen asked with a serious expression. It was clearly the roar of a beast, but why did it contain some strange notes? This made Fang Chen very puzzled. "Let's go and take a look," said All is empty. "If there really is a living divine beast, we'll be in danger," reminded Fang Chen. All is empty nodded. He had already thought of many things before making this decision, including the dangers they might encounter. "It's been so many years. Even if there is a living divine beast, I'm afraid its strength would be greatly reduced," said All is empty. In order to obtain the inner core of a powerful divine beast, they had to take the risk. After a short discussion, the two of them began to move. Along the way, Fang Chen asked the little mouse about the situation. The latter was also a little confused, but it could vaguely sense the aura of a divine beast. On the way to the depths of the valley, they encountered a few dead divine beast corpses, and the two of them conveniently collected their inner cores. After a short while, the two of them arrived at a small hill in the back of the mountain. The roar of a beast was coming from behind the small hill. Fang Chen and All is empty stood on the small hill, looking into the depths of the valley. In the distance, there was a dense mass of wriggling creatures. "What's that?" asked Fang Chen in surprise. To the side, All is empty opened his eyes wide as he looked at the shocking scene in the distance. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "The Imperial Ant Tribe. There's actually an Imperial Ant Tribe in the Beast Garden." Hearing All is empty's voice, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The Imperial Ant Tribe. Wasn't that the tribe of the ant egg he had obtained before? The Imperial Ant Tribe was the strongest and most powerful tribe of the Imperial Ant Tribe. The Imperial Ant Tribe rarely appeared in the God realm. However, once they appeared, they would travel in groups. Fang Chen stared carefully at the densely packed royal ants and was shocked to discover that they seemed to be gnawing on a huge mythical beast. "What kind of divine beast is that?" Fang Chen and All is empty looked at each other and instantly understood that the roar from before must have come from the divine beast that had been bitten. The divine beast that was bitten was as big as a small hill. It seemed to be injured as it lay on the ground, struggling with all its might. However, the royal ants were everywhere. They crawled on its body and gnawed at it with all their might. The members of the Imperial Ant Tribe were extremely terrifying. "Brother, All is empty, what should we do?" Fang Chen asked. They didn't dare to be careless when facing the Imperial Ant Clan. Otherwise, once he was besieged by the Imperial Ant Clan, even a divine spirit realm expert would die without a doubt. "These royal ants aren't that strong. There should be a leader nearby," said All is empty coldly. They were already certain that the nest of the Imperial Ant Clan was in the Beast Garden. Suddenly, a crazy thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. "Brother, All is empty, do you think that these imperial ants were raised by the master of the heaven god's ruins?" asked Fang Chen. All is empty shook his head. The master of the heaven god's ruins had already died countless years ago. Even if he was raising the Imperial Ant Clan, it couldn't be the ones in front of them. "They should have come in from somewhere," said All is empty. Suddenly, All is empty's heart shook and he looked at Fang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Could it be? Actually, Fang Chen had also thought of a possibility. That was, the divine beast corpses in the Beast Garden were most likely bestowed by the Imperial Ant Clan. If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. "Brother Fang, let's leave this place as soon as possible," said All is empty softly. He was just a puny true god expert, so he didn't dare to provoke the Imperial Ant Clan. "Let's go." Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. However, their whereabouts were discovered by the Imperial Ant Clan. The members of the Imperial Ant Clan that were gnawing on the divine beast suddenly rushed toward Fang Chen and All is empty. "Let's go." All is empty turned pale with fright and shouted loudly as he increased his speed to the maximum. Fang Chen, who was running away, felt the ant egg in his body vibrate. Could it be because of the Imperial Ant Clan? Fang Chen muttered to himself. The ant egg vibrated faster and faster, and traces of the Imperial Ant Clan's aura were gradually released. In the end, the ant egg seemed to want to rush out of Fang Chen's body. This scene shocked Fang Chen. It was also at this moment that the divine beast that was bleeding all over suddenly transmitted a message to Fang Chen, and all is empty. Help me destroy the Imperial Ant Clan, and I will give you a great opportunity. All is empty, and Fang Chen looked at each other when they heard this. The Imperial Ant Clan is too strong. We can't destroy them at all. Even if they were tempted by the great opportunity, they couldn't risk their lives for it. All is empty immediately refused. However, the divine beast seemed to have already known about All is Empty's reaction. I have a way for you to destroy the Imperial Ant Clan. The divine beast continued to transmit its message. Then why don't you destroy them yourself? All is Empty still refused to agree. My aura is weak, and I can't use my peak strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been bullied by the Imperial Ant Clan. If you help me, I will give you the entire Beast Garden. When the time comes, you will definitely realize that it is worth the money. The divine beast continued, furthermore, I have a method that will allow you to exterminate this group of Imperial ants without any danger. How can we believe your words? Also, if you want our help, you have to get out of our predicament first. All is Empty's face was gloomy. The Imperial Ant Clan was chasing behind them like a tide. If they didn't leave now, they would definitely die. Do you see the bluestone steps beside me? Asked the divine beast. These bluestone steps contain the aura left behind by my master when he was alive. Although the aura has weakened greatly after countless years, it is still enough to intimidate the Imperial Ant Clan. How do we know if you are telling the truth? Asked All is Empty. My master was a beast tamer when he was alive. This group of Imperial Ant Clan members are the descendants of the Imperial Ant Clan he controlled. After my master died, these Imperial Ant Clan members rebelled. They always wanted to leave the Beast Garden, but they never succeeded, said the divine beast. Hearing this, Fang Chen and All is Empty's expressions finally changed. They hadn't expected the master of the Heaven God's ruins to be a beast tamer when he was alive. Moreover, he controlled a large group of Imperial Ant Clan members. It seems that this Heaven God's goal is to raise a true Imperial Ant, Fang Chen thought to himself. Brother Fang, what do you think? Asked All is Empty. The Imperial Ant Clan members behind them were already close at hand. They had to make a decision. Fang Chen spread his hands. Since things had come to this point, what else could they do? Moreover, Fang Chen also wanted to exterminate these Imperial Ant Clan members from the bottom of his heart. In this way, he might be able to hatch a member of the Imperial Ant Clan from the ant egg he obtained. All right, we agree. I hope you are not lying to us. All is Empty said in a low voice. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. Dong. The large group of Imperial Ant Clan members behind him was instantly sent flying by the terrifying shockwave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, All is Empty and Fang Chen's figures flashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the bluestone steps mentioned by the divine beast. There were a total of 3 bluestone steps. As soon as he stepped onto the bluestone steps, Fang Chen felt a terrifying power. This kind of power was much more tyrannical than the wild divine power outside. It seems that he is not lying to us, said Fang Chen. Buzz. A large group of Imperial Ant Clan members rushed over, but they did not dare to get close to the bluestone steps. For a moment, the two sides confronted each other. The ant egg in Fang Chen's body was beating rapidly, as if it was about to break out of his body. All is Empty looked at the divine beast and asked, "Tell me, what can we do to exterminate these Imperial Ant Clan members?" The divine beast turned its head and said in a hoarse voice, "The answer is on the bluestone steps. There are a total of 3 steps. When you step onto the first step, you will be able to activate the brand left by our master. The brand on the first step can only protect the Imperial Ant Clan members from approaching. The brand on the second step can form a substantial attack to deal with some weak divine beasts. The truly powerful brand is on the third step. If you too can step onto the third step and activate the brand left by our master, you will be able to exterminate the Imperial Ant Clan," said the divine beast. Brand. Fang Chen and All is Empty looked at each other. No wonder they felt somewhat oppressed when they stepped onto the bluestone steps. Chapter 17:19. The bluestone steps were made of an unknown material. They were very hard. The steps were surrounded by a thick aura. The imperial ants couldn't get close at all. After hearing the divine beast's words, Fang Chen and All is Empty looked at each other and said, "Brother All is Empty, what should we do?" "Let me try first." All is Empty took a step forward and stepped onto the second step. At this time, the divine power around him flickered as if it was facing a great resistance. Fang Chen saw that All is Empty's face was contorted in pain. However, All is Empty persisted. After a while, the divine power around him gradually stabilized. Fang Chen knew that All is Empty had adapted to the pressure of the second step. Next, it was time to break through to the third step. All is Empty is considered very strong in the true God realm. I wonder if he can step onto the third step, Fang Chen thought to himself. Roar. All is Empty roared. His long hair fluttered, and the divine power around him surged. Then, he gritted his teeth and took the first step. All is Empty persisted. His first foot had already stepped onto the third step. However, his body was trembling. The pressure was multiplying. After holding on for a while, All is Empty's face turned pale. He quickly retreated to the first step. "All is Empty, are you okay?" Fang Chen hurriedly supported All is Empty and asked worriedly. All is Empty's face was pale. He shook his head and said, "The pressure on the third step is too strong. I feel like my primordial spirit is about to explode. It seems that we can't step onto the third step." All is Empty was a little disappointed. He underestimated the power of the bluestone steps. He didn't expect that he would still be able to step onto the third step after using his strongest power. To step onto the second step, you need power. To step onto the third step, you need comprehensive comprehension, the divine beast said. "All is Empty, let me try," Fang Chen said. He did not have divine power to protect his body, but he had a perfect sword body and a golden heart. Fang Chen had a feeling that he could succeed. All is Empty knew what Fang Chen was capable of and did not stop him. He only reminded him to be careful. Fang Chen activated his perfect sword body. Dense sword chi surrounded his body, forming a defensive armor. He took a step forward and stepped onto the second step. So strong. Fang Chen felt a powerful pressure coming from all directions. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin flickered rapidly, barely resisting the terrifying pressure. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Moments later, Fang Chen stabilized himself on the second step and began to attempt to break through to the third step. The third step tested one's comprehensive comprehension ability. Thus, the requirements for one's physical defense would definitely not be too high. Fang Chen had a perfect sword body to protect him, so he wasn't worried at all. He gently took a step forward and stepped onto the third step. Humor-rich martial arts aura instantly filled the air. Knock knock knock. The martial arts aura enveloped Fang Chen's body and squeezed him. However, at the same time, the golden heart was also beating rapidly. Buzz. Drops of golden liquid emerged from the heart. In an instant, Fang Chen seemed to have entered a state of epiphany. He felt that he was deep in the sea of martial arts. There was a majestic martial arts aura everywhere. Fang Chen closed his eyes and felt the martial arts aura. Seeing this, All is Empty's face was filled with joy. What a mysterious guy. The more he interacted with Fang Chen, the more he felt that this guy was too mysterious. Even absolute void was unable to see through him, and he was always capable of unexpected feats. Under the gaze of All is Empty, this lasted for a full hour. Suddenly, the gentle martial arts aura became wild and raged on Fang Chen's body. Not good. All is Empty's face changed drastically. He shouted loudly, trying to wake Fang Chen up. However, the latter seemed to have fallen into a trance and could not wake up at all. No, if this continues, Brother Fang's body will definitely not be able to take it. All is Empty was very worried and anxious. He turned to look at the divine beast and asked, "Is my brother in danger?" This kid's comprehension is very strong. He is in the middle of comprehending. Don't disturb him. There was a hint of joy in the divine beast's voice. Despite the divine beast's words, All is Empty was still very worried about Fang Chen. He stared closely at Fang Chen. If anything happened to the latter, he would immediately take action. I hope he's okay. All is empty prayed secretly. At the same time, Fang Chen was standing on the third level of the bluestone steps. Deep in the sea of martial arts, with the help of the golden heart, his cultivation was increasing. Boom boom boom, a deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Then, All is Empty discovered that the latter's aura was rapidly increasing. He broke through. All is Empty was overjoyed and waited quietly. It seemed that Fang Chen was going to succeed. Sure enough, after a while, Fang Chen opened his eyes. In such a short time, he had comprehended the cultivation experience left behind by the heavenly God. His cultivation had broken through 2 small levels, reaching the 5th level of the eternal realm. What a comfortable feeling. After waking up, Fang Chen felt that he had not had enough. If he was given more time to cultivate, his cultivation would definitely increase. Unfortunately, this was an impossible task. Dawn. The moment Fang Chen broke through, an illusory figure suddenly appeared on the 3rd level of the bluestone steps. Its aura soared to the sky. This is Fang Chen, and All is Empty's eyes widened. As for the injured divine beast, it was very excited. Master, is it really you? The appearance of the illusory figure caused the members of the Imperial Ant tribe to retreat. They felt the tremors and fear. Back then, I knew that after my death, the Imperial Ant tribe would betray me. Fortunately, I left a backup plan, said the illusory figure indifferently. He was a remnant consciousness left behind by the heavenly God. Whoosh! The illusory figure waved his hand, causing the bluestone steps to tremble. In the next moment, the illusory figure's body began to change. When the illusory figure turned into a fiery red ball, it finally stopped. The members of the Imperial Ant tribe frantically retreated, wanting to leave this dangerous place. However, it was too late. The fiery red ball was a means left behind by the heavenly God. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The fiery red ball smashed into the ground. Instantly, a terrifying force swept through the entire beast garden. Strangely, Fang Chen and All is Empty, who were standing on the bluestone steps, were not injured at all. The invisible force around the bluestone steps was protecting them. Boom boom boom, in just a few breaths of time, the entire beast garden was turned into ruins. The Imperial Ant tribe was completely dead. Their corpses were scattered in every corner of the beast garden. What a terrifying force. All is Empty's heart trembled. If this powerful force was used to deal with them, it would be too terrifying. After the tremor, the beast garden regained its calm. The divine beast raised his head to the sky and roared. The Imperial Ant tribe was finally completely destroyed. He was very happy. Outside the beast garden, in front of a screen of light, the disciples of the sky-gazing mountain who were squatting here suddenly felt a terrifying airflow surging out from the screen of light. Run! The disciple standing at the very front yelled in fear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples retreated. However, even so, there were still some weak soul transformation realm disciples who were killed by the terrifying airflow. The terrifying airflow blew away the berserk divine power in the surroundings. Everyone was extremely shocked. What's going on? What exactly happened? With such a huge commotion occurring in the beast garden, the 2 bastards who killed senior brother Xiao Che must have already died. Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared in the beast garden? Many of the disciples discussed with fear in their hearts. Only the disciple standing at the very front had a gloomy expression. All of you, stay alert. If anyone comes out of the light screen, you must capture them. Senior brother, it's Brother Fang, right? We have so many disciples of the sky-gazing mountain. Why would we be afraid of those 2 bastards? That's right. As long as they dare to come out, they will definitely die. The majority of the disciples of the sky-gazing mountain were gathered here. The disciple in the lead was a divine spirit realm expert. The Shao brothers had many friends in the sky-gazing mountain. Moreover, they were disciples that the sky-gazing mountain had focused on nurturing. Xiao Che's death was a great loss to the sky-gazing mountain. Therefore, no matter what, they had to kill the 2 murderers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to give an explanation to the higher-ups of the sky-gazing mountain. The disciples of the sky-gazing mountain had already surrounded the screen of light. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape. They cast the net and waited for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 1720. Beast Garden, on the Bluestone Steps. Fang Chen and All is Empty looked at the ruins of the Beast Garden in shock. Just a minute ago, it was still lush green, like a paradise. But the next minute, it turned into a devil's hell. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to imagine what had happened. It was too shocking. So many years after the death of the celestial god, the means he left behind were still so powerful. So many imperial ants had been killed in an instant. Dong dong dong. Just as Fang Chen was shocked, the ant egg struggled with all its might and finally broke out. It turned into a ray of light and rushed to the pile of imperial ant tribe corpses. What's that? All is Empty asked, puzzled. Brother All is Empty, that's an ant egg I got by accident. Even if Fang Chen didn't say it, the divine beast would be able to recognize it, so he might as well say it directly. Ant egg. All is Empty looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Then he gave him a thumbs up and said, Brother Fang, I really can't see through you anymore. You can even get something like an ant egg. The ant egg absorbed the energy of the imperial ant tribe corpses and will soon break out of its shell. Brother Fang, you might really be able to raise a real imperial ant in the future. All is Empty continued. The divine beast glanced at the ant egg, then turned to look at Fang Chen and All is Empty. I don't have much time left. I said that if you help me kill the imperial ant tribe, I'll give you an opportunity, the divine beast said, gratified. The divine beast was furious that the imperial ant tribe had betrayed him, but he couldn't defeat the many descendants of the imperial ant tribe. Seeing all the divine beasts in the beast garden being killed by the imperial ant tribe, the divine beast was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Now that the imperial ant tribe was finally destroyed, the obsession in his heart also dissipated. In an instant, the divine beast's aura weakened a lot. It seemed to have reached the point of being a lamp without oil. Buzz. The beast garden shook. Many divine beast cores broke out of the ground and floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered by countless divine beast cores. This is the opportunity I'm giving you. The divine beast said weakly, these nidans were taken from the bodies of the divine beasts that were kept in the beast garden by Master. They are very useful to you human cultivators. These inner cores are basically level 3 inner cores. As the divine beast spoke, he took out 2 golden inner cores. These 2 inner cores are level 4 inner cores. 1 for each of you. The divine beast threw out 2 golden inner cores, 1 for Fang Chen and All is Empty. Rank 4 inner core. The 2 of them looked at the dazzling inner core and were very excited. A level 4 inner core was possessed by a divine ancestor realm divine beast. The energy it contained was extremely powerful. The divine beast's gaze fell on Fang Chen. His face was full of smiles. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to exterminate all the traitors. You've done a great favor for the beast garden. I'm about to die. After I die, the inner core in my body will belong to you. The divine beast said. All is Empty had no objections to this. After all, without Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to step onto the 3rd step of the limestone steps. If he wasn't careful, he might have lost his life here. There are many human cultivators outside the beast garden. You can leave after you're done cultivating. As soon as the divine beast finished speaking, he began to shed his skin. His aura was also quickly dissipating. In a short while, the divine beast was completely dead. Fang Chen and All is Empty didn't speak. The air was filled with endless sadness. Whoosh. Before the divine beast's body turned into a skeleton, a black inner core shot out and floated quietly in front of Fang Chen's chest. The black inner core exuded a vast amount of energy. Its appearance overshadowed the glow of the level 4 inner core. This is. Fang Chen reached out and grabbed the black inner core. Instantly, a powerful aura entered his body. Fang Chen was very shocked. This inner core was at least a level 5 inner core. Congratulations, Brother Fang. If I'm not wrong, this inner core is most likely a level 5 inner core. All is Empty was very excited. According to the records, The color and aura of this black inner core were no different from a level 5 inner core. In other words, this inner core was most likely a level 5 inner core. And the divine beast that gave them the opportunity should have been a divine lord at its peak. At this thought, all Izempti's heart trembled. As expected of a beast tamer. He could actually control such a powerful divine realm expert. If he fought with an enemy, it would be equivalent to 2 divine realm experts fighting together. This was very impressive. Fang Chen kept the black inner core and looked at All Is Empty. All is empty. Brother Fang brought me to the beast garden. I didn't expect that I would get the most benefits in the end. Fang Chen said embarrassedly. All Is Empty spread out his hands. Without Fang Chen, All Is Empty wouldn't have been able to get the inner cores of these divine beasts. Brother Fang, what's the point of saying all this? I know how useful you are, Jie Kong said with a smile. Fang Chen smiled and said, All is empty. Brother, what should we do next? Before the divine beast died, it said that there were many human cultivators outside the beast garden. I think they should be experts from the sky-gazing mountain. The word sky-gazing mountain made All Is Empty frown. According to what I know, the strongest disciple from the sky-gazing mountain who entered the divine ruins should be a divine spirit realm expert. The others are all true gods and divine transformation realm disciples. All Is Empty said slowly, now, the biggest threat to us is this divine spirit realm expert. However, we don't need to be anxious. Maybe we can break through after we swallow these divine beasts' inner cores. All Is Empty smiled and said, anyway, we don't need to be anxious. We have plenty of time. Seeing All Is Empty's wretched smile, Fang Chen also smiled. The densely packed inner cores in the sky were soon separated by the 2 of them. There were a total of 30,000 level 1 inner cores, 15,000 for each person. There were 7,000 level 2 inner cores, 3,500 for each person. Level 3 inner cores were relatively rare, a total of 1,500 for each person. There were 2 level 4 inner cores, and they were already separated. As for level 5 inner cores, there was only 1 in Fang Chen's hands. After dividing the inner cores, All Is Empty sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Fang Chen communicated with Little Mouse, take whatever you need from these inner cores. Boss, I need level 4 and level 5 inner cores. You can swallow the rest, they are good for you, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded and handed the level 4 and level 5 inner cores to Little Mouse without hesitation. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb the inner cores. According to Little Mouse's suggestion, the absorption of the divine beast's inner cores had to be done step by step. First, absorb the level 1 inner cores, and then proceed. There were a total of 15,000 level 1 inner cores, and Fang Chen began the long process of absorbing them. Hiss hiss hiss. Fang Chen's palm pressed against a level 1 inner core. The golden heart beat rapidly, and in an instant, it absorbed all the energy in the level 1 inner core. Hey! Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. The golden heart was interested in inner cores. Absorb as much as you want. Then, Fang Chen began to absorb a large amount of inner cores. In just one day, all 15,000 level 1 inner cores were absorbed. At this time, All Is Empty had only absorbed a little more than 1,000 inner cores. Fang Chen's speed was much faster than All Is Empty's. All of this was because of the golden heart. After absorbing 15,000 dantian, the golden heart underwent an obvious transformation. Fang Chen continued to absorb the level 2 inner cores. Time flowed like water. Fang Chen and All Is Empty entered a long period of cultivation. Outside the beast garden, the disciples of the sky-gazing sect were waiting. Some of the more impatient disciples even wanted to rush into the beast garden. Senior brother, we can't keep waiting like this. They know that senior brother Xiao Peng is not dead, and our sky-gazing sect will definitely come for revenge. I'm afraid they won't dare to come out. There's another possibility. There are other ways out of the beast garden, and they might have left the beast garden long ago. Yes, we can't afford to wait. There are inheritances everywhere in the heavenly gods' ruins. If the disciples of the other sect get there first, we would have come here for nothing. When the time comes, Our sky-gazing sect will be at a disadvantage. In order to be qualified to enter the Lotus Mountain, and even to marry heavenly goddess Lian Yi's disciple, Star and Moon, they were going all out. Chapter 17:21. 3 days later, the Golden Heart had already absorbed all the inner cores. Fang Chen opened his eyes and looked at all is empty beside him. There was still a large number of inner cores in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. The Golden Heart's absorption speed was indeed very fast. The Golden Heart seems to have changed. Fang Chen stared at it carefully and found that the Golden Heart seemed to have grown a little bigger. Moreover, there was a bright spot in the middle of the Golden Heart. What exactly is this bright spot? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Dong. Suddenly, the aura in the Golden Heart began to circulate wildly. In an instant, Fang Chen's eyes blurred as if he had fallen into an illusion. A thunderous voice echoed in his mind. Even his primordial spirit was shaking. The destruction of the Sword Master has the power to destroy the world. It was a short sentence, but it contained an aura that made people tremble. It was as if it came from another time span across endless space and time. As soon as this sentence came out, the sky of the Beast Garden changed color. In the blink of an eye, pitch-black clouds covered the entire sky. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. The shocked Fang Chen felt that the air was filled with killing intent that he had never heard of before. The destruction of the Sword Master has the power to destroy the world. Fang Chen muttered this sentence. The entire world seemed to contain a destructive aura. Fang Chen stood on top of a pile of rubble and looked down. Is this the universe? The universe after the apocalypse? Fang Chen widened his eyes and asked in confusion. At this moment, he saw the apocalypse of the universe. All the living beings in the entire universe let out miserable cries. The aura of destruction swept over. Destruction. This was destruction. It was too terrifying. Splash. Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat. He instantly walked out of the illusion. There was a lingering fear in his heart. Was that an illusion just now? It was too terrifying. Although he had only seen the apocalypse of the universe, Fang Chen's heart was very shaken. He seemed to have some understanding of the word destruction. Was that really the apocalypse of the universe? Fang Chen asked himself. However, he quickly denied it. That shouldn't be the real apocalypse of the universe, but an illusion created by the Golden Heart to help him understand the word destruction. Could the extreme of the Golden Heart be the destruction code? The order of the universe was constructed by the 6 laws and countless laws. The 6 laws were unique and controlled the operation of the universe. Time, space, destruction, creation, fate, and samsara. With Fang Chen's current strength, he couldn't completely understand these 6 laws. However, he knew that the word destruction in destruction definitely didn't refer to the law of destruction. Surpassing the rules of destruction and walking towards the ultimate destruction? What is the ultimate destruction? Is it creation? At that instant, countless questions surfaced in Fang Chen's mind. The spot of light within the Golden Heart emitted a gentle glow. What does destruction mean? Fang Chen muttered. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. He immediately opened his eyes wide and looked at the Golden Heart in disbelief. Could it be? Fang Chen thought of something. The owner of the Golden Heart had a total of 6 successors in this world. Furthermore, he was only one of the 6 great heirs. Just now, after his Golden Heart had transformed, it had sent out the words Sword Master Destroy. Did it mean that he was the successor of the path of destruction? The other 5 successors corresponded to the 5 laws. The more he thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. The owner of the Golden Heart was too powerful. Could it be that he was the legendary true god? 6 successors, 6 different types of laws. The inheritance he received was the inheritance of destruction. Fang Chen gradually sorted out the distracting thoughts in his mind. He was extremely shocked. One day, I will meet the other 5 successors. But before that, I must become stronger. Fang Chen clenched his fists and said to himself. The transformation of the Golden Heart this time put a lot of pressure on Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen also understood the direction of his sword Dao in the future. Destruction of the sword has the power to destroy the world. Although this sentence was simple, it gave Fang Chen a very good path. He cultivated the destruction sword Dao, so he should walk on the path of destruction. If I can comprehend the law of destruction, my understanding of the sword Dao will definitely improve rapidly, Fang Chen said to himself. While Fang Chen was thinking, the little mouse's body underwent a great change. After swallowing the 4th and 5th level cores, the godly mouse began to transform. The little mouse had reached the eternal realm long ago. According to Fang Chen's guess, it should be able to become a divine beast in the divine transformation realm after this transformation. I wonder what kind of power the godly mouse will have after reaching the divine transformation realm. Fang Chen was looking forward to it. At the same time, he was also protecting the little mouse. Purple light surged around the little mouse's body. Memories of inheritance flickered in the little mouse's mind. A series of obscure memories of inheritance appeared in the little mouse's mind. While protecting the little mouse and all is empty, Fang Chen felt the beast garden's light barrier tremble. Someone is attacking the light barrier. Fang Chen blinked and stared at the beast garden's exit. It seems the sky-gazing mountain's disciples are unable to sit still. Fang Chen thought to himself, unless the sky-gazing mountain's disciples have a transcendent formation master, they won't be able to break the formation in a short time. As a transcendent formation master, he was very clear about the formation hidden within the light barrier. Even a divine spirit realm expert wouldn't be able to break it with brute force. He wasn't worried in the slightest. At the peak of Lotus Flower Mountain, atop a bluestone, Star and Moon would take a portion of her time every day to look down at the foot of Lotus Flower Mountain. Unknowingly, this had already become a habit for her. After learning that Fang Chen had entered the heavenly god's ruins, Star and Moon would come every day. I wonder how Big Brother Chen is doing, Star and Moon muttered to herself. She could sense that Fang Chen's life shouldn't be in danger. However, she was still very worried. You quickly come to the Lotus Flower Palace. A gentle voice sounded in Star and Moon's mind. This was her master, Empyrean goddess Lian Yi, summoning her. Star and Moon quickly turned around and walked toward the Lotus Flower Palace. Soon, she arrived at the Lotus Flower Palace. Master. Star and Moon saw that apart from her master, there was also a white-robed man inside the Lotus Flower Palace. The white-robed man smiled and glanced at Star and Moon. So powerful, he shouldn't be weaker than master. Star and Moon felt an enormous pressure. Let me introduce you. This is the Pangyu warrior immortal, Empyrean goddess Lian Yi introduced. Although she didn't recognize the Pangyu warrior immortal, Star and Moon still greeted him respectfully. Junior Star and Moon pays her respects to senior Pangyu warrior immortal. Ha ha ha, not bad, Lian Yi, you've accepted an excellent disciple this time, the white-robed Pangyu warrior immortal said with a chuckle. Pangyu, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me what you want, Empyrean goddess Lian Yi said. The Pangyu warrior immortal was on good terms with her. This time, the Pangyu warrior immortal had sought her out and asked her what she wanted. However, he refused to tell her and insisted on meeting her disciple, Star and Moon. Lian Yi, I'm sure you've already guessed why I'm here. I'm here to propose marriage for my good-for-nothing disciple, the Pangyu warrior immortal said with a smile. Star and Moon was a bit stunned upon hearing this. Then, she felt a bit uneasy. The Pangyu warrior immortal was no weaker than her master. He was here to propose marriage for his disciple. What if her master agreed? Star and Moon stared intently at Empyrean goddess Lian Yi, waiting for her master's reply. Pangyu, if this was any other time, I would definitely agree to your proposal. Empyrean goddess Lian Yi thought for a moment before replying. However, as you know, I've already released the news that the heavenly god ruins have been opened. If I agree to your proposal now, wouldn't I be offending all of the powers in the easternmost region? The Pangyu warrior immortal seemed to have anticipated Empyrean goddess Lian Yi's response, and he shook his head. Of course I'm aware of this, and I won't make things difficult for you. My disciple has been in seclusion this entire time, and when she emerged, the heavenly god ruins have already closed. I'm here to ask you to make an exception. Allow my disciple to enter the Lotus Mountain and compete with the prodigies who have emerged from the heavenly god ruins. Chapter 17:22. The disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain had clearly underestimated the formation hidden within the light barrier. If it could be broken so easily, how could the beast garden have remained intact? After a series of wild attacks, the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain finally gave up. One of the disciples helplessly said, "Senior brother, this light barrier's defense is too strong. We can't break it at all. I wonder how those two bastards entered the beast garden. They must have grasped some sort of method." Hearing the words of the other disciples, the leader closed his eyes. Wait. The disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain could only wait. Within the beast garden. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The little mouse had successfully digested the grade 4 and grade 5 nidans. Furthermore, it lived up to everyone's expectations and reached the divine transformation realm. The little mouse, who had just reached the divine transformation realm, was already able to crazily absorb divine energy. Furthermore, a fourth innate ability had appeared in his mind. "Boss, let's exchange pointers." The little mouse laughed mischievously. "Sure." Fang Chen nodded and walked to an open space not far away to exchange pointers with the little mouse. "Boss, you have to be careful." Boom. A dense purple luster appeared around the little mouse's body. In the next instant, it clenched its claws into a fist and punched out. So strong. Fang Chen could clearly sense that the power of the little mouse's punch was close to the peak of the divine transformation realm. It seems that I still need to use a formation to block it. When facing a divine transformation realm expert, he could only use a Chenkuan formation to block it. Crash. Fang Chen set up a Chenkuan formation and laughed. "Let's see how you'll break my Chenkuan formation." The little mouse smiled mysteriously in the middle of the Cosmos formation. Then, it used its fourth innate ability, X-ray vision. Following the little mouse's roar, a purple luster surged within its eyes. In the next instant, the Chenkuan formation's trajectory appeared in the little mouse's eyes. Too simple. The little mouse's eyes soon found an opening. It easily broke through the Chenkuan formation and walked out calmly. Seeing this, Fang Chen widened his eyes and looked at little mouse in disbelief. "You. How did you break my universe formation?" Fang Chen asked doubtfully. The Chenkuan formation was not damaged at all, and it was still operating normally. However, the little mouse came out of it. What did this mean? Can little mouse teleport? Impossible. If he really wanted to rely on his own strength to pass through the Chenkuan formation, he would definitely be rejected by the Chenkuan formation. "Boss, do you know what my fourth innate divine ability is?" The little mouse grinned. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly. "My fourth divine ability is clairvoyance," the little mouse explained. The clairvoyance divine ability allows my eyes to see through everything. For example, your Chenkuan formation might be powerful and incomparably profound. But my X-ray vision allows me to easily see through its trajectory. As long as I follow the trajectory, I can easily walk out of it without destroying the formation's structure. After hearing the little mouse's explanation, Fang Chen came to a sudden realization. At the same time, his heart trembled. The heaven-devouring divine rat was too heaven-defying. Other divine beasts only had one innate divine ability, but the heaven-devouring divine rat had 4. "Boss, we heaven-devouring divine rats are actually divine beasts that can grow." Knowing Fang Chen's doubts, the little mouse continued. "Divine beasts that can grow?" Fang Chen was even more confused. Fang Chen was quite clear about the ranks of divine beasts. But what did can grow mean? In the divine world, divine beasts are differentiated by their potential. The little mouse said, generally speaking, they are divided into the following types. The first type is ordinary divine beasts. There's no need to say more about that. In the divine world, the majority of divine beasts are ordinary divine beasts. Above ordinary divine beasts are low-rank divine beasts. These divine beasts all possess powerful innate divine abilities. But they are the lowest-rank divine beasts in the divine beast world. Mid-rank divine beasts were already very powerful, and their innate divine abilities were incomparably tyrannical. High-rank divine beasts usually had two kinds of innate divine abilities. One was something they already possessed, while the other was something they grew later on. High-rank divine beasts could already be considered a warlord of a region. Above high-rank divine beasts were super-divine beasts. Super-divine beasts possessed inherited memories. As long as they could safely survive, they would be able to unseal their inherited memories. Their future accomplishments would definitely not be too weak. The potential of super-divine beasts was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in the divine world. Often, a large sect would develop because of super-divine beasts. Super-divine beasts were incomparably attractive. In the entire divine world, there weren't many super-divine beasts. So you're a super-divine beast. Fang Chen knew that the little mouse possessed inherited memories. According to the little mouse, only super-divine beasts possessed inherited memories. The little mouse shook its head. I'm not. Fang Chen was somewhat astonished. Boss, I already said that us heaven-devouring divine rats are unique. We are divine beasts that can grow. The little mouse continued, what is a divine beast that can grow? Once a divine beast's nature is fixed, their potential will not grow. But divine beasts that can grow means that their potential can be limitlessly increased. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He knew better than anyone what an unlimited increase in potential meant. Potential determined the development of a divine beast. For example, even if a low-rank divine beast crazily cultivated, its future accomplishments would not surpass a mid-rank divine beast. The divine beasts that ruled over the entire divine beast world were usually high-rank divine beasts, or even super-divine beasts. Their potential could be limitlessly increased. That was too terrifying. There are two types of super-divine beasts. One is a fixed-nature super-divine beast, while the other is a growth-type super-divine beast. The little mouse said, in our divine beast world, growth-type divine beasts are the most noble and also the most terrifying. They are called variant divine beasts. Variant divine beasts. Fang Chen felt that his understanding of divine beasts was really too little. That's right. The potential of us variant divine beasts can be limitlessly increased. Moreover, there is no limit to our cultivation. When we reach the peak, even some human experts will be afraid. The little mouse said, the only pity is that variant divine beasts are really too rare. So rare that people directly overlook them. Variant divine beasts, as their potential increases, they will possess many innate divine abilities. In my inherited memories, I mentioned that there was once a powerful variant divine beast that possessed 49 innate divine abilities. Of course, that was just an exception. Generally, having 5 or 6 is already very good. The little mouse said. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He hadn't thought that there would be such a monstrous existence among divine beasts. Seeing Fang Chen's shocked expression, the little mouse raised its head and puffed out its chest, immensely proud. How about it? Now you know how amazing I am. The little mouse smiled. After knowing how amazing the little mouse was, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He could foresee that in the future, the little mouse would definitely grow into a divine beast that would shock the entire divine realm. While Fang Chen and the little mouse were chatting, all Azemptis' body was undergoing a huge change. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out as energy erupted from all Azemptis' body. All is empty is breaking through, said the little mouse. Fang Chen nodded, not surprised at all. All is empty was originally a peak true god expert. After absorbing a huge amount of divine beast cores, breaking through to the divine spirit realm was very normal. Within all is empty's mind, its Yuan spirit was forming a nascent soul. Although it seemed like it would take a long time for the Yuan spirit to form a nascent soul, it was actually very fast. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. In just 15 minutes, all is empty had broken through to the divine spirit realm. At this time, all is empty gave people a very stifling feeling. Divine spirit realm. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at all is empty. After adjusting its body for a short while, the latter slowly opened its eyes. Congratulations, brother all is empty. Fang Chen cupped his fists and congratulated him. All is empty stood up and put the remaining cores into his spatial ring. His face was filled with a bright smile. It was obvious that he was very happy. Brother Fang, I like you more and more. You're really my lucky star. All is empty laughed mischievously. Before meeting you, I had always been looking for a breakthrough, but to no avail. After meeting you, I easily broke through to the divine spirit realm. Chapter 17:24. The trip to the Beast Garden had benefited them greatly. No matter if it was Fang Chen or All is Empty, both of them had benefited greatly. At this moment, All is Empty's face was filled with smiles. In his heart, he had already treated Fang Chen as his benefactor. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, when would he have been able to step into the divine spirit realm? Although the true God realm was only a step away from the divine spirit realm, everyone knew the difference between them. That's great. All is Empty was grinning from ear to ear. Fatty, isn't it just breaking through to the divine spirit realm? Why are you so excited? Little Mouse asked. At this moment, All is Empty finally noticed Little Mouse. He looked at Little Mouse in surprise. Brother Fang, is this mouse your pet? You're the pet. Little Mouse retorted. He's my brother. Fang Chen introduced. Fatty All is Empty looked at Little Mouse with his eyes wide open. Brother Fang, your brother isn't simple. Fatty's eyes were very sharp. He could see Little Mouse's extraordinariness with a single glance. Of course, don't you know who Uncle Mouse is? Little Mouse was immensely proud of himself. You little guy. Fatty laughed. Looking at the beast garden that had turned into ruins, Fang Chen and All is Empty decided to leave this place after a discussion. Brother Fang, there are definitely disciples of the Hope Empty Mountain waiting outside the screen of light. We have to plan well, otherwise, we'll run into trouble. Speaking of the disciples of the Hope Empty Mountain, All is Empty's expression became serious. There were many disciples of the Hope Empty Mountain. He could deal with the disciples of the divine spirit realm, but Fang Chen might not be able to deal with the other disciples of the true God realm. Fang Chen nodded. In fact, when he saw that All is Empty had broken through to the divine spirit realm, he already had some ideas in his heart. Now that Jie Kong had asked, he had no choice but to reveal everything. Brother All is Empty, how many divine spirit realm experts are there in the sky-gazing mountain? Asked Fang Chen. All is Empty pondered for a moment, and then said, I don't know exactly how many, but my guess is that there is only one. If there's only one divine spirit realm expert, then it'll be easy to handle. When we go out, you'll be in charge of stopping the divine spirit realm disciples of the sky-gazing mountain, while I'll set up a universe formation to trap those true gods and soul transformation realm disciples, Fang Chen said. But even though your formation is strong, it shouldn't be able to trap so many disciples. All is Empty was still worried. Don't you still have me? Little Mouse asked. Brother All is Empty, they have a lot of people, so there's no need for us to fight them head on. As long as we can escape unscathed and kill a few sky-gazing mountain disciples, wouldn't we have profited? Fang Chen laughed mischievously. When All is Empty heard this, he slapped his thigh and nodded heavily. Okay, then it's decided. Killing one will break even, killing two will make a profit. All is Empty was very confident that they would be able to escape unscathed this time. After finishing their discussion, Fang Chen and All is Empty quickly arrived at the exit of the valley. Standing there, Fang Chen could vaguely see the formation hidden in the light screen. Are you ready? Fang Chen asked. All is Empty nodded. Fang Chen waved his hand, and a wild aura of formation quickly spread out. In an instant, the light screen started to shake. The array formation hidden in the light screen appeared in the void with a whoosh. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen began to tear the formation apart. Get out. All is Empty took the lead and entered the crack. The little mouse followed closely behind, and Fang Chen was the last to leave the beast garden. Outside the beast garden, the sky-gazing mountain disciples were waiting. Suddenly, they sensed the change in the light screen, and their faces became gloomy. All of you, stay alert. The leading divine spirit realm disciple said in a deep voice. His gaze was burning as he stared at the light screen. Crash. At this moment, the light screen was torn apart, and a crack appeared. Immediately after, a figure instantly appeared. Kill. The leader of the divine spirit realm disciples shouted in a low voice, and immediately launched a fierce and overbearing attack at Jie Kong. "You're courting death." Seeing this, All is Empty sneered and launched a counterattack. "Yeah, Divine Spirit Realm." After exchanging blows with All is Empty, they discovered that the former's cultivation had stepped into the Divine Spirit Realm. So what if you've stepped into the Divine Spirit Realm? I'll definitely kill you, the Sky-Gazing Mountain's Divine Spirit Realm disciple said coldly. At the same time, he shouted, "All of you, retreat. When the other person appears, kill him without mercy." The destructive power of a battle between Divine Spirit Realm experts was too strong. The Sky-Gazing Mountain's Divine Spirit Realm disciples were also afraid that the battle would affect the other True God Realm and Divine Transformation Realm disciples, causing unnecessary damage. Rumble. The deafening sound of battle came from the Berserk Divine Power. Two Divine Spirit Realm experts were shuttling through the Berserk Divine Power and fighting. At the same time, the little mouse and Fang Chen quickly walked out. Crash. Almost at the same time, Fang Chen set up a universe formation. All of the Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples were trapped in the universe formation. "Go and help All is Empty." Fang Chen transmitted his voice to the little mouse. The latter joined the battle with a swoosh. It continuously used its 4 innate abilities to help All is Empty fight against the enemy. With the help of the little mouse, the pressure on All is Empty eased a lot. The Sky-Gazing Mountain's Divine Spirit Realm disciples were forced to retreat. Ha ha ha, the Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples are only SOSO. All is Empty laughed wildly and at the same time, used his trump card. "All is Empty, you're courting death." The Sky-Gazing Mountain's Divine Spirit Realm disciples were furious and shouted coldly. The Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples who were trapped in the universe formation roared furiously. "Attack together and break the formation." With the True God Realm disciples as the leaders, many disciples began to frantically break the formation. Fang Chen had already expected that the universe formation wouldn't be able to last for long. He didn't care anymore and entered the formation. He used the time-space book and appeared like a ghost. Poochie. The high-grade divine artifact, Bright Moon Sword, silently stabbed into the back of a Divine Transformation Realm disciple. Instantly, the Divine Transformation Realm disciple died. "Kill him." Fang Chen's appearance caused the Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples to be furious. They were all chasing after Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen used the time-space book to quickly travel. In the universe formation, he was the master. In a short moment, Fang Chen killed 7 Divine Transformation Realm disciples. At this time, the Chenkuan formation was already swaying and unstable. "Time's up." Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the formation. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared in the Berserk Divine Power. Hiss. The Golden Heart was fully activated and rapidly absorbed the Berserk Divine Power. In the blink of an eye, it was already saturated. "Get out of the way!" Fang Chen shouted. All is Empty and Little Mouse just happened to dodge. Rumble. A vast amount of Berserk Divine Power gushed out and wrapped around the Divine Spirit Realm disciple's body. "Let's go." After doing all this, Fang Chen roared and prepared to leave with Little Mouse. However, All is Empty did something that made everyone dumbfounded. All is Empty's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Sky-Gazing Mountain's Divine Spirit Realm disciple. Then, he formed a complicated seal with his hands and used his trump card. Swoosh. All is Empty's finger tapped on the Divine Spirit Realm disciple's body a few times. Immediately, the Divine Spirit Realm disciple's body collapsed on the ground. All is Empty grabbed him and carried him on his shoulder, disappearing from the Beast Garden. Crack. The moment All is Empty disappeared, the universe formation shattered. The Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples bared their teeth and were extremely furious. "Not good, Senior Brother Shadow Tower has been captured." Someone shouted. The other disciples' aura was like a rainbow as they chased after All is Empty. Fang Chen and All is Empty quickly shuttled through the Berserk Divine Power. After flying for about an hour, the Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples were finally shaken off. "Brother Fang, find a safe place." All is Empty said. Fang Chen nodded and soon found a mountain peak. Fang Chen looked around and found no danger. Then, he casually set up a universe formation. Whoosh! All is empty, threw the divine spirit realm disciple on his shoulder onto the ground, panting for breath. Kill me. Shadow Tower closed his eyes and his face was filled with anger. A dignified divine spirit realm expert had his cultivation sealed by all is empty and couldn't display any fighting strength. He was like an ordinary person that could be bullied by anyone. Rather than this, he would rather die. Your life is worth a lot of money. How can I kill you? All is empty laughed mischievously. He originally planned to escape, but he changed his mind at the last moment. Brother Fang, what price do you think the sky-gazing mountain will pay to redeem him? All is empty laughed and asked. Chapter 1725. Although he wasn't the top disciple in sky-gazing mountain, he was still a genius that the sect had high hopes for. Furthermore, in the entire God realm, reaching the divine spirit realm at such a young age was already very impressive. But now, these two bastards were discussing how much he could be sold for. Immediately, Ying Lu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he spat out blood. You two bastards, sky-gazing mountain won't let you off. Ying Lu was burning with rage as he used sky-gazing mountain to threaten them. However, the two of them didn't fall for it. You speak as if sky-gazing mountain will worship us like ancestors if we let you off, mocked All is Empty. All is Empty was someone who wasn't afraid of trouble, and he also liked to watch a show. Furthermore, he was a loose cultivator with a master behind him, so he wasn't afraid of sky-gazing mountain at all. Xiao Che was indeed killed by us. If my guess isn't wrong, you must have obtained information about Xiao Peng, so you came to the Beast Garden to stop us. Fang Chen laughed. From its Shadow Tower snorted coldly and turned around, no longer wanting to see the ugly faces of the two men. Brother Fang, how should we contact Sky-Gazing Mountain? Asked All is Empty. The news will spread quickly, and Sky-Gazing Mountain will definitely do their best to find our location. Sky-Gazing Mountain can't afford to lose this face, so they will definitely think of a way to redeem him. Fang Chen analyzed. Then we should make a big deal out of this. All is Empty smiled maliciously. As long as we make a big deal out of this, all the deities in the heavenly god ruins will know that Sky-Gazing Mountain's divine spirit disciple has been captured by us. Sky-Gazing Mountain will definitely feel ashamed. If that happens, there will be two results. The first is that Sky-Gazing Mountain will gather all their strength to encircle and annihilate us. The second is that they will compromise with us and pay a sufficient price to redeem him. Fang Chen continued his analysis. But what if Sky-Gazing Mountain doesn't care about his life or death? All is Empty asked. Fang Chen glanced at Ying Lu and said, then it can only mean that his position in Sky-Gazing Mountain is as low as a dog. What's the point of keeping him? Just kill him. You guys. Ying Lu's eyes were bloodshot as he wished he could kill the two of them with his gaze. He gritted his teeth in anger, but he had no choice but to endure it. If there comes a day when the two of you fall into my hands, I will definitely make you beg for death. Ying Lu said through gritted teeth. As a divine spirit realm disciple of the Sky-Gazing Mountain, Shadow Tower still cared a lot about face. If the news of him being captured really came as the two of them had said, how could he still have the face to cultivate in Wangkong Mountain in the future? How could he face the young geniuses of the easternmost land? At that time, he would probably become the laughingstock of everyone. No matter what, we can't let their scheme succeed. Shadow Tower made up his mind. He would rather die than suffer such humiliation. While Fang Chen was discussing with All is Empty, Ying Lu suddenly stood up and rushed to the bluestone beside him. Bang! Ying Lu's head smashed onto the bluestone. He wanted to commit suicide. Ha ha ha. Ying Lu's body fell onto the ground. He felt a pain coming from his head and at the same time, he heard a wild laughter. Idiot, you're still of value right now, so how could we possibly let you die? Jie Kong laughed loudly. I really didn't expect that a divine spirit realm disciple from Sky-Gazing Mountain would actually commit suicide. This is huge news. Ying Lu finally understood that he had been fooled. The bluestone just now was a lie from the two of them. Give me a quick death. Ying Lu roared towards the sky with a face full of humiliation. The news of Ying Lu being captured quickly spread. Not only the disciples of the sky-gazing mountain, but the disciples of the other sect also knew about this news. They were all puzzled. Who was it that dared to capture a disciple of the sky-gazing mountain? Was this person courting death? Many people were guessing who this person was. Of course, there were also many people who didn't have time to care about this. They were looking for the inheritance. In a certain forest, many disciples of the sky-gazing mountain stood in a row with a serious expression. Not far from them, a black-clothed man stood quietly. The black-clothed man was the chief disciple of the sky-gazing mountain. At the same time, he was also an expert at the peak of the divine spirit realm. It was said that the black-clothed man already had 1 foot in the door of the heavenly god realm. The black-clothed man's strength was extremely terrifying. He was the strongest competitor to enter the Lotus Flower Mountain. Even Ju Lei of the Ju family had to be cautious when facing the black-clothed man. Mochizuki, the son of the Wang family, was also the most important disciple of the sky-gazing mountain. The higher-ups of the sky-gazing mountain had once said that Mochizuki would definitely be able to enter the divine ancestor realm in less than 5 years. At this moment, Mochizuki was extremely angry. He hadn't been this angry for a long time, because almost no one in the sky-gazing mountain dared to provoke him. Even the elders were very polite to him. Senior brother Yu. The atmosphere in the forest was very serious. Someone called out in a low voice, "Huala." Mochizuki turned around and looked at the crowd. Out of everyone's expectations, Mochizuki, who should have been burning with anger, had a smile on his face. What was going on? Shadow Tower has been captured. What do you all think about this matter? Mochizuki asked calmly. Senior brother Yu, it's obvious that someone is targeting our sky-gazing mountain. That's right. Shadow Tower has been captured. Not only did they not kill him, they even threatened our sky-gazing mountain. They wanted us to pay a sufficient price in exchange for Shadow Tower's life. Chumph, this is intolerable. Since they dared to target our sky-gazing mountain, they should be prepared to be killed. The sky-gazing mountain cannot be humiliated. We must kill these 2 people. The disciples of the sky-gazing mountain were filled with righteous indignation. However, Mochizuki was unusually calm. The calmer he was, the more unfathomable he was. Seeing the disciples so angry, Mochizuki nodded slightly. Killing this person is important, but the most important thing is to save Shadow Tower. Mochizuki said, Shadow Tower is still a disciple of our sky-gazing mountain. We can't ignore his safety. After a pause, he continued, I need all of you to move out and save Shadow Tower. Senior brother Yu, don't worry. We will definitely live up to your expectations. After everyone received the order, they quickly left. Mochizuki looked at everyone's back view as they left. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a stern look. Provoking the sky-gazing mountain will only lead to death. However, the most important thing for me now is to increase my strength and step onto the Lotus Mountain. Mochizuki said in a deep voice, after I successfully marry Star and Moon, you will all pay the price for what you have done. Mochizuki was very ambitious. The 2 people of All is Empty could not enter his eyes at all. He did not even bother to make a move personally. He only sent the other disciples of the sky-gazing mountain to save Shadow Tower. As for himself, he was fully invested in the Sky God's relic. In these few days, Fang Chen received a lot of news. It was all news about the sky-gazing mountain and Shadow Tower. However, what surprised Fang Chen the most was that Mochizuki, who was known as the strongest disciple of the sky-gazing mountain, actually did not make any sound. Brother All is Empty, do you know Mochizuki well? Fang Chen asked. All is Empty shook his head. Mochizuki is a very mysterious person. Even as a disciple of the sky-gazing mountain, I am not very familiar with him. Logically speaking, the capture of the sky-gazing mountain's disciples is a slap to the face of the sky-gazing mountain. As the chief disciple, he should show himself. However, he hid himself. This person's scheming is really scary. Fang Chen nodded. You 2 pieces of trash, how can you be worthy of senior brother Mochizuki personally taking action? Shadow Tower roared angrily. Just you wait. When the sky-gazing mountain's army arrives, you will die until not even your bones will be left. Shut up. All is empty was a little impatient. He kicked Shadow Tower's body. Immediately, the latter was sent flying. Ah, I will kill you. Shadow Tower was enraged. He roared towards the sky. However, he was directly ignored by Fang Chen and all is empty. Brother Fang, you stay here and look after Shadow Tower. I will go out and scout for information. All is empty said. The Sky God's relic is so big. We just entered and already found the Beast Garden. Maybe there is a place even more mysterious than the Beast Garden. Brother, all is empty, you have to be careful. When the time is right, I will send out the location and wait for the sky-gazing mountain's army to arrive. Fang Chen said. They had already discussed how to cheat the sky-gazing mountain of a large amount of wealth. Now, it was just that the time was not right. Chapter 1726. The Heavenly God's relic had been opened for some time. During this period, Fang Chen had gained a lot, but he also encountered some trouble. For example, the entire sky-gazing mountain was looking for him and all is empty. However, the two of them were not afraid. They had already discussed the countermeasures and were only waiting for the right time. On this day, all is empty went out to scout for information, while Fang Chen was setting up a formation. He wanted to set up a peerless killing formation on this mountain. With the universe formation as the main and the illusion formation as support, he would set up some extraordinary killing formations. If the people from Sky-Gazing Mountain came, he would definitely teach them an unforgettable lesson. Setting up a formation was simple for Fang Chen. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, comprehending the Tao of formation in his mind. Sword Qi circled around his body, and his perfect sword body automatically operated. Rumble. While comprehending the Tao of formation, Fang Chen did not forget to study the formation. A transcendent array master was comparable to a true god expert. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was not impossible to deal with a true god realm expert if he used the universe formation. If he used the golden heart to absorb the berserk divine power, he would be able to retreat easily even in front of a divine spirit realm expert. 3 days later, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. He had comprehended a new formation. This formation was a pure killing formation, with the law of sword as the core and absolute sword qi as support. When the formation was displayed, it seemed to form a domain. In this domain, the aura of sword Tao soared into the sky and shook the heavens. Boss, how is it? When Little Mouse saw this, he hastily asked. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. The golden heart helped a lot when comprehending the sword Tao formation, so it was not long before he comprehended it. I still need to perfect it. The newly created extraordinary grade array formation still had many inadequacies that Fang Chen needed to perfect. While Fang Chen was perfecting the formation, all is empty shuttled through the berserk divine power to gather information. After going to many places, the news he heard was basically the same. The entire army of Sky-Gazing Mountain was mobilized to search for the two of them, wanting to rescue Shadow Tower. After hearing the news, all is empty was secretly delighted. These arrogant and conceited Sky-Gazing Mountain disciples, he would definitely teach them a lesson this time. Time passed quickly. It only took him 3 days to create the formation, but it took him 3 months to perfect it. After 3 months, Fang Chen finally perfected the sword Tao formation. Moreover, he let the little mouse test the power of the array. According to the little mouse, even a true God realm expert would not be able to withstand the power of the sword Tao array. It was too powerful. Fang Chen was also very satisfied with the array formation. When he was creating the array formation, he tried to fuse the golden liquid that emerged from the golden heart into the array formation. Who would have thought that it would have an unexpected effect? This is the first sword Tao array that I have created. Let's call it the Golden Sword Array, Fang Chen said to himself. The Golden Sword Array was a master-level killing array. Its power was stronger than the Dream Array. Together with the Universe Array, it was flawless. Boss, with this array formation, there is no need to be afraid of true gods below the divine spirit realm, Little Mouse said with a smile. Shadow Tower, who was in the Universe Array, was shocked. He could clearly feel that Fang Chen's array Dao potential was extremely terrifying. This lad's attainments in array Dao are too terrifying. I must get rid of him. Otherwise, he will be a threat in the future, Shadow Tower thought to himself. Once he was rescued, he would definitely inform Wang Jiangyu of this matter as soon as possible so that the latter could eliminate him. After Fang Chen chatted with the little mouse for a while, he continued to improve the array formation. After 3 days, All is Empty returned. In these 3 months, All is Empty had been outside. Other than inquiring about the whereabouts of Sky-Gazing Mountain, he also found out some secrets. Brother Fang, how is it? All is Empty asked. It's almost done. Only the last part is left to arrange, Fang Chen said. Good. When you are done, we can take action, All is Empty said. It was almost time. They could take action. Fang Chen nodded and began to arrange the array formation. The universe array had already been arranged. He wanted to arrange the dream array and the golden sword array within the universe array. It was not the first time that Fang Chen had arranged a chain array formation. However, this was a master-level array formation. It could not be underestimated. Fang Chen carefully set up the array formation. Luckily, his control over the Chenkuan array formation was very exquisite. After spending a day, he embedded the dream array into the universe array. Then, he embedded the golden sword array. The 3 master-level arrays were linked together. As long as one of the arrays was touched, all 3 arrays would be triggered. Of course, these 3 arrays were not enough to deal with the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain. After Fang Chen finished arranging the arrays, he looked at All is Empty and left the universe array. A few minutes later, he returned to the universe array. Rumble, a vast amount of berserk divine power gushed out. In the blink of an eye, the berserk divine power stored in the golden heart poured out. Then, Fang Chen continued to absorb the berserk divine power. An hour later, the density of the berserk divine power in the universe array had reached an unimaginable level. Even a divine spirit realm expert like All is Empty would not dare to rashly enter it. Brother Fang, it's almost done. Outside the universe array, All is Empty said, the berserk divine power in the universe array is too dense. Even if a divine spirit realm expert enters it, even if they don't die, they will be half crippled. Even a true god expert would not be able to resist it. I wonder if Sky-Gazing Mountain will like this gift. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes looked at the sky as he muttered to himself. You think that the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain will fall for it? Too naive. Just wait for my Sky-Gazing Mountain to destroy you. Ying Lu sneered, thinking that what the 2 of them did was just a small trick. Bang! All is Empty gave Ying Lu a punch without hesitation, sending him flying. Ying Lu's divine power was sealed and he did not have any strength left. All is Empty's punch was not light and he fell to the bottom of the mountain. You are just a prisoner. What qualifications do you have to talk about us? All is Empty sneered. You will regret this. Ying Lu, who had fallen to the ground, roared furiously. His eyes were scarlet. Fang Chen and All is Empty ignored Ying Lu and began to discuss how to lure Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples into the Chenkuan formation. Brother Fang, I'm at the divine spirit realm. Let me go lure them. You stay here and control the formation, said All is Empty. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment before nodding. All is Empty, brother, you have to be careful. Tell me when you're almost here and I'll hide the formation. Also, once they're lured into the formation, you definitely can't fight them. Quickly leave, warned Fang Chen. All is Empty laughed mischievously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, All is Empty disappeared. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, waiting for Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples to arrive. For an entire 3 months, there had been no news from Ying Lu. Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples had already gone completely crazy. However, today, an explosive piece of news suddenly entered the ears of Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples. What? Someone saw All is Empty. Where is he? All is Empty is in a mountain range 100 miles away. Quickly go and catch him. The Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples who received the news didn't hesitate at all as they madly rushed towards All is Empty. At this moment, All is empty was leisurely walking in the forest. I wonder when those idiots from Sky-Gazing Mountain will arrive, muttered All is empty to himself. The news had already been released and All is empty had purposely found some acquaintances to spread the rumor. With the hatred that Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples had for him, as long as there was even the slightest bit of news, they would rush over. As expected, after 15 minutes, many Sky-Gazing Mountain's disciples rushed over aggressively. All is empty. Seeing All is empty, everyone bared their teeth in anger. You damned guy, you actually dare to appear here, said the leading disciple coldly. Where is Ying Lu? Quickly call him out and we can leave you with a whole corpse. Hearing that, All is empty sneered. Ying Lu has already been imprisoned by me. If you want to take my life, let's see if you have the ability. As All is empty finished speaking, a flying sword appeared under his feet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the flying divine artifact was activated and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the forest. Chapter 17:27. Riding on the flying artifact, All is empty's speed had reached its peak. With a flash of light, All is empty flew towards where Fang Chen was. Chase after him. It had taken him 3 months to find Jie Kong. There was no way he was going to let him get away. This time, they had to kill him no matter what. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. All the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain quickly chased after him. You can't escape. All is empty could vaguely hear countless angry roars behind him. Be arrogant. You won't be arrogant for long. All is empty sneered in his heart. When these people entered the Qianquan formation, it would be a miracle if they could come out alive. Thinking of this, All is empty sped up and continued to move forward. 6 hours later, All is empty sent a message to Fang Chen, saying that he was almost there. In front of the mountain, Fang Chen stood quietly with a smile on his face. His palm grabbed Ying Lu's body, waiting for All is empty to arrive. Whoosh! It wasn't long before Jie Kong arrived. Behind him, there were countless angry roars. The disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain were very angry. However, All is empty's flying artifact was too fast. For a moment, they couldn't catch up. All is empty's body landed beside Fang Chen. Seeing him panting, Fang Chen smiled. How is it? Are you ready? All is empty asked. Fang Chen nodded, everything is ready. We are just waiting for the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain to arrive. Before this, Fang Chen and All is empty had already sealed Ying Lu's body. He couldn't even make a sound. Dong. The ground shook. The disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain had arrived. Fang Chen grabbed Ying Lu's neck and said coldly, if you want to see him die, then come. Seeing that Ying Lu had been captured by Fang Chen, the Sky-Gazing Mountain disciples stopped in their tracks. Lad, let go of Shadow Tower quickly. Otherwise, our Sky-Gazing Mountain will make sure you die without a burial ground. The leader said coldly. Behind him, the disciples all had gloomy expressions on their faces. A battle was about to break out. You won. Shadow Tower's status in Sky-Gazing Mountain was not low. With him in Fang Chen's hands, no one dared to act rashly. Tell me, what do you want in order for you to release the Shadow Tower? The leader of the disciples tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart before asking. Great. 1 million upper-grade divine spiritual stones. All is empty chuckled and said directly. Impossible. What kind of joke was this? 1 million high-grade divine spiritual stones was a huge sum even for the entire Sky-Gazing Mountain, let alone them. It seems that you don't want to talk. The leading disciple exuded a powerful divine power as he prepared for battle. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that he will be the first to die, Fang Chen said. At the same time, he tightened his grip on Shadow Tower's neck. In fact, All is empty knew that Sky-Gazing Mountain would definitely not be able to take out so many high-grade divine spiritual stones. However, there was still a need to bargain. It would depend on Shadow Tower's status in Sky-Gazing Mountain. I'll say it one last time. Let Shadow Tower out. Otherwise, all of you will die. The disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain could no longer hold back. Bang! All is empty punched Shadow Tower's face, causing the latter to spit out a mouthful of blood. Stop. Seeing this, The disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain's eyes turned red as they roared in anger. "Senior brother, let us take action and destroy these two thieves." "Shut up," the leading disciple scolded. "What do you want?" The leading disciple raised his head and looked at Fang Chen as he continued to ask. 10 upper-grade divine weapons. This time, Fang Chen said directly. "Impossible." The leading disciple rejected directly. 10 upper-grade divine weapons in exchange for Shadow Tower's character was impossible. Moreover, even if he agreed, he would not be able to take out 10 upper-grade divine weapons. "Do you think a high-grade divine weapon is a kitchen knife in your house?" The leading disciple said. 1 upper-grade divine weapon. "If you agree, then the deal is done. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite." 1 upper-grade divine weapon was already the bottom line of Sky-Gazing Mountain. If Fang Chen and All is Empty did not agree, then they could only give up on Shadow Tower. "Looks like your status in Sky-Gazing Mountain is only worth 1 upper-grade divine weapon." All is Empty mocked, but he still nodded. "Deal, but you have to hand over the upper-grade divine weapon first." "We'll hand over the upper-grade divine weapon. What if you go back on your words?" Fang Chen spread out his hands and said, "There are disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain everywhere. Are you afraid that we'll run away? Moreover, we won't joke around with our lives." Hearing this, the leading disciple's eyes flickered and he quickly thought for a moment. "Temph, I'll let you hold on to this upper-grade divine weapon for a while." The leading disciple already had a detailed plan. First, he would hand over the upper-grade divine weapon. After returning to the Shadow Tower, he would kill the two of them. Sky-Gazing Mountain would definitely not forget this humiliation. "You'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The leading disciple took out his upper-grade divine weapon and threw it into the sky. All is Empty stretched out his hand and immediately caught it in his hand. "Brother All is Empty, take it first," Fang Chen said in a low voice. All is Empty and Fang Chen looked at each other. A light flashed in their eyes, and then they nodded lightly. "We've already taken the divine weapon. Shouldn't we hand it over?" the leading disciple said. Fang Chen grabbed the Shadow Tower and was about to throw it down. However, at this moment, something strange happened. "Idiot!" Fang Chen's mocking voice entered the ears of the many disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain. Then, Fang Chen threw the Shadow Tower to the center of the mountain. "You're courting death." The leading disciple roared and immediately gave the order to launch the fiercest attack on Fang Chen and All is Empty. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain rushed to the top of the mountain. Crash! Fang Chen and All is Empty disappeared into thin air. The leading disciple walked to the side of the Shadow Tower and asked worriedly, "Senior brother Shadow Tower, are you alright?" At the same time, he ordered the other disciples to search for the two of them. When all the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain reached the top of the mountain, suddenly, a terrifying aura of Array Dao swept through the entire mountain. In the next moment, a chain of Array Dao instantly spread out. A terrifying killing power whistled through the air. "Oh no, we've been tricked." Seeing this, the leading disciple's expression changed drastically and he roared angrily. Rumble! An angry roar came from within the Chenkuan array. Fang Chen and All is Empty rode on a flying divine weapon and quickly left this place. "Let's work together to break this array." The leading disciple felt the terror of the Array Dao. With his strength alone, it was impossible to break the Array Dao. He called on all the disciples to work together to break the Array Dao. Boom! Under the command of the leading disciple, a terrifying attack landed on the Array Dao. Crash! The Array Dao shook incessantly, but it still did not shatter. Poochie! At this moment, rays of sword chi suddenly appeared, catching the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain off guard. One by one, the Divine Transformation Realm disciples could not withstand the attack of the sword chi and died instantly. Ah! The leading disciple looked at the disciples falling into a pool of blood one by one and roared into the sky. "I'm going to tear you all into pieces." The leading disciple fell into a frenzy and attacked the Array Dao with all his might. As time passed, the triple Array Dao unleashed its strongest power. The Berserk Divine Force was completely unleashed, and the true God disciples could not withstand it and died one after another. No, I'm not satisfied. A heart-wrenching voice resounded through the sky. Wherever the berserk divine force passed, it was a mess. The divine transformation realm disciples were all dead, and the true God disciples were also struggling at death's door. The leading disciple's eyes were scarlet red, and his entire body was battered and exhausted. He was attacking the array Tao with all his might, and the anger in his heart could not be described with words. Under the attack of this terrifying berserk divine force, the shadow tower that had its divine force sealed also fell within. The root of all this was the shadow tower. Now, not only had they lost a high-grade divine artifact, but so many sky-gazing mountain disciples had also fallen. This time, sky-gazing mountain had suffered a huge setback. In a place very far away from this place, Fang Chen and All is Empty stood on the flying divine artifact, looking at the place where the sky-gazing mountain disciples had been killed. Brother All is Empty, how do you think sky-gazing mountain will react when they know about this? Fang Chen asked. Who cares about them? Who asked them to attack us? In this heavenly god's ruins, even if we kill all of them, the upper echelons of sky-gazing mountain will not know about it, Fatty said. All is Empty. He started to become talkative again, endlessly praising Fang Chen. Chapter 1728. All is Empty took out the high-quality divine artifact and handed it to Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you've contributed the most in this battle. This high-quality divine artifact is yours. All is Empty was a divine spirit expert. A high-quality divine artifact was nothing to him. What truly attracted him was a top-quality divine artifact or even a heavenly divine artifact. Brother All is Empty, I already have a high-quality divine artifact. You should take this one, Fang Chen refused with a smile. However, All is Empty shook his head and insisted on giving the high-quality divine artifact to Fang Chen. The latter had no choice but to accept it. You've helped me so much in the Beast Garden. It's only a high-quality divine artifact. All is Empty is definitely going to befriend you as a brother, All is Empty said solemnly. Fang Chen took the divine artifact and grinned. Oh right, brother All is Empty, have you heard anything during this period of time? Fang Chen asked. Hearing that, All is Empty revealed a joyful smile. If you didn't mention it, I really would have forgotten. My head was filled with empty gaze mountain. Ha ha ha, I've been out scouting for information for the past few months. You don't say, I really did find something, All is Empty said mysteriously. What is it? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. I found out about a city called Yu City, All is Empty said. Fang Chen didn't think much of it. What was so special about a city? However, he didn't say anything. He waited for All is Empty to continue. All is Empty paused for a moment, then explained, just from the name, you definitely won't find anything special about this city. But if you truly understand it, you'll definitely be shocked. Yu City is the place where the master of the heavenly god's ruins once trained his disciples. It's also the place where those disciples lived. Back then, for some unknown reason, the heavenly god died. His disciples all died in Yu City. The city turned from a bustling city into a ghost town in an instant. Of course, this alone is not enough to attract everyone, All is Empty said. What really attracts people is that it is said that there are supreme-grade divine artifacts in this city. Supreme-grade divine artifact. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened. Although there was only a small difference between a high-grade divine artifact and a supreme-grade divine artifact. However, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Fang Chen had a top-quality divine artifact, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced a divine spirit realm expert. The power of a supreme-grade divine artifact was simply too strong. This was something that a high-grade divine artifact could not compare to. At this stage, even the divine spirit realm experts of the easternmost region rarely possessed a top-grade divine artifact. For example, if All is Empty, then there would be no supreme-grade divine artifacts. Brother Fang, other than supreme-grade divine artifacts, it's said that there's a high possibility that there's a heavenly divine artifact as well. All is Empty continued. Even he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. What heavenly divine artifact? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. It was simply too shocking. There was actually a legendary heavenly divine artifact in Yu City. A supreme-grade divine artifact was already enough to make many sect disciples go crazy. Even if a heavenly divine artifact made them give up their lives, they would have no regrets. Many people suspect that the heavenly divine artifact used by the owner of the Heavenly God ruins is in Yu City. Therefore, during this period of time, many sect members have rushed to Yu City after receiving the news. All is empty nodded. Fang Chen tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "There will definitely be a great battle in Yu City. There will be countless deaths and injuries. However, a supreme-grade divine artifact and a heavenly divine artifact is enough for us to take the risk." Fang Chen's thoughts were the same as all is emptiness. That was a legendary heavenly divine artifact. If they could obtain a heavenly divine artifact, it would be enough to dominate the entire Heavenly God ruins. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for them to leave alive. This was an opportunity, but at the same time, it was also a crisis. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the two of them made a joint decision, which was to head to Yu City. "Brother Fang, with your array and my strength, even if we can't defeat them, we can at least protect ourselves." All is empty analyzed. Fang Chen nodded. He looked into the distance and said, "Let's head to Yu City." Just as Fang Chen and All is Empty were preparing to head to Yu City, the entire region was in an uproar. The disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain were killed and there were heavy casualties. After this battle, more than 95% of the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain who entered the Heavenly God ruins had died. In the end, even if some of them managed to escape, they were heavily injured. Bai Li Xingyang, the Divine Spirit Realm disciple who was in charge of rescuing Shadow Tower, leaned on a piece of bluestone in a sorry state. Beside him, there were a few disciples who were swaying left and right. Their auras were weak. Damn it. Bai Li Xingyang clenched his fists and his heart was burning with rage. He had come with full confidence to capture All is Empty. However, he had ended up like this. In the end, not only did he not manage to rescue Shadow Tower, he had also lost a top-grade divine weapon and the lives of countless disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain. This was a blood feud that was absolutely irreconcilable. After Bai Li Xingyang thought for a long time, he sent the news to Mochizuki. He was too ashamed to face Mochizuki. He even had the thought of committing suicide. However, he could not take this lying down. He, Bai Li Xingyang, had been extremely dazzling since he was born. He was almost invincible among his peers and enjoyed the treatment of being the center of attention. No matter where he went, he would be greeted with cheers. Even in Sky-Gazing Mountain, where the limelight was suppressed by Mochizuki, he was still highly respected. And now, all of this was caused by him. After the news was sent, approximately 15 minutes later, Mochizuki replied, "Find the culprits at all costs." Mochizuki only had such a short sentence, but it was enough to prove that he was completely enraged. "Senior brother you, don't worry. If I don't kill these two thieves, I will bring my head to you." Mochizuki looked at the communication jade pendant in his hand and heard Bai Li Xingyang's words. His handsome face was full of gloominess. "All is empty. If I don't kill you, how can I, Mochizuki, continue to live in Sky-Gazing Mountain?" Mochizuki gritted his teeth and said. However, he was in a certain blessed land and was receiving the inheritance, so he could not leave. Wang Jiang, you also considered the fact that with Bai Li Xingyan and the others' remaining troops, it was impossible for them to capture Jiekong. Therefore, he spread the news. If someone could kill All is Empty and the people who were with him, they could immediately become a core disciple of Sky-Gazing Mountain and receive Mochizuki's protection. Moreover, they could also obtain a unique skill of Sky-Gazing Mountain. After this news spread, the area was completely in an uproar. Many sect disciples were eager to try and find All is Empty. "Have you heard? All is Empty killed a disciple of Sky-Gazing Mountain and angered Mochizuki. He is being chased by Sky-Gazing Mountain. This All is Empty is really bold. He actually dared to kill a disciple of Sky-Gazing Mountain. Yes, it seems that Mochizuki is really angry and wants to kill All is Empty. How many people dream of becoming a core disciple of Sky-Gazing Mountain? Moreover, they can also receive Mochizuki's protection and cultivate the unique skill of Sky-Gazing Mountain. I'll take this deal. Let's do it. In order to be successful in the future, what's the point of killing all is empty? Brother, let's join forces. With so many people, we will definitely be able to kill all is empty. In an instant, many sect disciples began to join forces to search for all is empty. Those true God Realm disciples were even more eager to give it a try. In fact, they were not interested in joining Sky-Gazing Mountain but the unique skill of Sky-Gazing Mountain. In short, the entire area was in complete chaos. However, what they did not know was that Fang Chen and all is empty had already left. On the way to Yu City, Fang Chen and all is empty encountered an assassination attempt. Huff Huff. Fang Chen and all is empty were moving forward quickly when they suddenly encountered a group of sect disciples. Hey, isn't all is empty? Someone recognized all is empty. Immediately, their faces changed and they surrounded Fang Chen and all is empty. All is empty. You actually dare to appear here. I really admire your courage. The leading disciple sneered. All is empty has fallen into the hands of our Blackfire sect. Consider yourself unlucky. Just admit defeat. Ha ha ha, God bless our Blackfire sect. Let's join forces and take down all is empty's head. Blackfire sect was a small sect that was even inferior to Shungsun sect. The strongest disciple in the sect was only in the true God realm.